Sir, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Thank you, sir, for joining us. We will start exactly at 3:35. Let the participants will join. Ma'am, good afternoon. Mahala, ma'am. Ma'am, am I audible?
Yeah, you're audible.
Mahala, ma'am, your audio is, you are not audible. Please check your microphone, ma'am. আপনি হেডফোনে একবার দেখুন, হেডফোন লাগিয়ে একবার দেখুন, হেডফোনে লাগানো আছে অবশ্য। আমি দেখছি, দাঁড়ান, আপনি সুপ্রতিম, ইউ উইল স্টার্ট। ওকে। Supratim, your voice is not audible.
Hello.
হ্যাঁ ম্যাম, এবার ঠিক আছে।
Yes, audible now.
Okay.
Is it audible now?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah,
okay.
yeah.
Okay.
Good afternoon, everybody, all the distinguished guests and all the participants. On behalf of South Asian Institute for Advanced Research and Development, I welcome you all to the Smart City Enclave 2020. Scholars from all over the world would agree that the trend of rapid urbanization has taken a shift from Africa or America to the global south. So this is the trend, and Indian urbanization is upholding the dynamics of demographic and economic urbanization simultaneously. According to the developmental analysis, a structural reform adopted in the country since the early 1990s, the basic factors of rapid acceleration of economic growth to the extent to the 8% per annum to the real terms, and we can see that an unprecedented growth in the sector of urbanization has been witnessed by India, and the development of smart city or the concept of smart city is a very distinct feature of recent urbanization of India. Now the concept of smart city is a quite buzzing affair for the Indian citizens, but the concept of smart city have different connotations to different people, and it varies from one country to the another. Smart city is something which generally means that a very efficient city organization. City is very lively and a vibrant organization, and that is smart city generally refers to more efficiency, to more smartness in terms of physical infrastructure, in terms of the livelihood, and in terms of the standard of living of the citizens. So standing in this situation on this era, the smart city enclave is a very relevant one, and today we hope and we know that we are going to have some really brilliant discussions from all our eminent speakers. So now, first of all, I want to request the chairman of SAIARD, Dr. Vishwajit Roy Chaudhary, please give the inaugural speech. Over to you, sir.
Thank you,
I
Shubham.
would, password.
Participants, please mute yourself.
Genesis.
All the participants are requested to mute their audio, please.
Thank you, Supratim. Thank you for all the dignitaries, resource persons who have joined today for this 1 day Smart City Conclave organized by the South Asian Institute for Advanced Research of Development on behalf of its Center for Urban Management and Planning. Before I'm going to brief about the conclave, I'm just focusing on the SAIARD, about the SAIARD, the philosophy of SAIARD, because South Asian Institute or SAIARD have developed with a philosophy to create a platform particularly for developing the skill for empowering the students, as well as through its activities, it will help to generate some employment opportunities, mostly in our country, or particularly in our state. So there are different opportunities we have created through this platform, and this Center for Urban Management and Planning, which I feel that is a most important and need-based and center in future urbanization sector, in research, in planning, because most of the cases in Eastern region, there are very few research centers which is focusing on that particular issue. But in the coming ages, the urban problems, urban related issues will become a growing part. So with this concept, we have developed this center. Besides that, under SAIARD, we have also developed another Center for Research of Climate Research and Studies, Center for Applied Geoinformatics, Center for Built Environment. And through all of these centers, we are conducting lots of training modules, we are courses, training, workshops, and particularly different courses. We are already getting the affiliation of Vidyasagar University, West Bengal, even, even several in collaboration with the several universities, government organizations. We are continuously doing lots of academic training programs as that to enhance the capacity of both our students and our faculties also. Even we have also signed MOU with the different government organizations like one of the government organization is NATMO, National Atlas and Thematic Mapping Organization. It's a Department of Science and Technology organization. And with this with the collaboration with this organization, we are continuously doing this type of activities. And very luckily we can say that, proudly we can say that with this our training program, right now different international agencies are also showing their interest to associate with us to move, and already several bodies have already done MOU with us. We have done lots of academic activities, lots of training programs in collaboration with the different government organizations, and they are showing their interest to associate with us. Today we are our partners, knowledge partner of this program, National Institute of Urban Affairs, on behalf of Dr. Arvind Varshney sir has joined. Unfortunately, director sir will not be able to join due to some official issues. But also our another technical partners, knowledge partner from Tunisia Science Technology Organization, another university partner, LNCT University Bhopal, they have also joined with us. And through this activity, we are continuously trying to reach with the platform, with the various government agencies, as that we can become, not only become an academic platform, but also become a supporting system for them. And I am honored that recently I have met with the versatile personality, Mr. Devashish Sen, our honorable chairman of HITCO, and who will start this today's lecture session. And sir is also very much showing their interest to be associated with us, and I am honored that he is now associated with this urban center to enrich this session. Thank you. Thank you. Suprati, over to you.
Thank you, sir. Now we will proceed to the technical sessions. The first lecture will be delivered by Mr. Devashish Sen, Honorable Chairman and Managing Director, HITCO, Government of West Bengal. First of all, I would like to give a brief introduction of the speaker. Mr. Devashish Sen has joined the IAS in 1985. He graduated from Presidency College, which is now Presidency University, Kolkata, and got the post MSc diploma from Shah Institute of Nuclear Physics. He got his diploma in public administration from ENA, France. He has been trained at the JFK School, Harvard University, and IMF Institute, USA. Mr. Sen has served in various capacities, including district magistrate for more than 5 years, chief electoral officer for 5 years, and head of information technology and electronics department for 3 years. He is presently posted as chairman and managing director HITCO, which is a government company that is developing smart city of Newtown in Kolkata. He is also the chairman of Navodiganto Industrial Township Authority and Sector 5. So, sir, now I would humbly request to Sir Mr. Devashish Sen to deliver his lecture. His topic will be sustainable development with the people. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Karmakar. Thank you, everybody, for having me here. I'll just share a few experiences from the field level. Newtown, Kolkata is the only smart city in Bengal, and it's about it's one of the 100 smart cities of India, but the only one in Bengal. And we are trying to, of course, develop sustainable practices, and I'm very happy to share with you that in July this year, in the midst of COVID also, we got the Platinum Green Certificate rating as a city from IGBC. The IGBC means Indian Green Building Council. So we are very happy and we are very determined to have a sustainable development path. And in this August gathering, of course, I will not get into what is sustainable and why it is important. I will only gather at a few innovative steps that we have been doing post the Platinum certificate also. And I will give only a few examples. For example, I will start with what we call the zero waste shop. In Newtown, as you enter Newtown from Salt Lake and the first Rotary, you will discover this zero waste shop. It's a hugely important but tiny structure it strives to change the behavioral pattern of people so that sustainable way of development is slowly imbibed. We all know that the hardest thing in life is to change behavior of people. I am reminded of Amir Khan's very nice video on tourism where he exhorts people, Indian people, not to throw banana peels out of the car's window so that the tourist or the passerby does not slip. But in the case of sustainable development, therefore, in this zero waste shop, what we are trying to inculcate, what we are trying to develop, what we are trying to infuse into people's, especially young people's minds, is to, for example, uh, buy and wear old clothes by choice. You get a jeans, torn jeans, acid washed and all, and pay through your nose in a pantaloon Levi's shop. But people who are discarding t-shirts and jeans and other things, if they're washed and disinfected properly, we can buy it, not because we cannot afford that Levi's jeans, but because we think we care for the earth. This is already there in some European countries where huge stores are devoted and young people go and buy these used clothes. But this zero waste shop is not only about clothes. It is also about asking people to come up and give their recyclable things. It can be the old mobile phone, it can be dry batteries, it can be plastics, it can be old clothes, of course, but also other things. And there are very beautiful bins and very well decorated, all with upcycled and recycled products. And therefore, what we are saying is in this shop, and there is a small demonstration room also. What we are trying to say is that give away your old clothes, give away your recyclable things. We will get it remastered. We'll put it on a hanger and you go and buy and wear it and don't waste resources. So this zero circular economy, this circular economy of everything getting reprocessed, we are giving it an actual form. And we are trying to use this zero waste shop to slowly and slowly ask people to come up and donate over there, not to throw things up, not to mix things up. And then we have self-help groups from the neighboring villages, the ladies mostly, who are being trained to deal with this, maybe make a katha stitch, maybe make a sitting stool out of discarded paint boxes. And there are so many wonderful things that they are doing. And in the same shop, we are doing another very, very interesting experiment. And I dare say it has not been attempted anywhere in India, and I do not know whether it's been attempted elsewhere too. And this is that get into a race of who is the best in sustainable practices. In the same zero waste shop, a tiny 700 square feet place, it's not a huge mall, but very, very tastefully decorated, I must say, and I invite you to please come and visit to have a taste of it, that there is also a small wing for training with AVs. And what we are going to train there is that all the housing estates or the gated communities, you have the Millennium Towers, we have the Greenwood Sonata, we have so many other places, gated communities, as well as the individual plots, that is the blocks, the CE block, the AD block, the CN block. So the blocks and the gated communities, they will all be pitched against each other. What is the meaning of this? That we have developed a very nice framework of getting marks. I won't lie, I was in the IT department and I was dealing with the EODB, Ease of Doing Business, propounded by the World Bank. And Calcutta is now included as one of the 4 cities of India, which are ranked by World Bank. And the methodology I have adopted in the case of sustainability. For example, plastic-free environment. Suppose out of 120 marks are given. And each of these 20 marks are further subdivided. Have you held awareness programs? Have you done flogging? Have you recycled anything? With evidence is another thing. These are to be uploaded in a given time. And at the end of it, we are saying, in this case, we have just started it. By January end, everybody has to upload their evidences and marks will be given. Feedback will be sought independently. And people will be ranked, the communities will be ranked against each other. So the most sustainable block, for example, gets one, first CE block is first, and therefore DE block will say, why did I come second and I want to become first? This is exactly what is happening in the EODB thing, what they call it name and shame. No money is being given, no incentive is being given, no Nobel Prize is being given, but you are just pitted against your neighbor as to who is better, who is adopting better practices for sustainable development. So we have just started this training program, how to fill up the form, and we have assigned one coach, one mentor to each of these communities so that they are also guided, they are goaded, and like P.K. Banerjee, they can say, give me your blood, but you must have the goal. So urge people, goading people to make good scores, and that in a whole kind of promotes the community, the city, the sustainability, and there are other factors as well. So this has been one of the experiments or innovative ideas that we are trying to promote among the people for adopting sustainable practices. The other thing at a government level, at the policy level, we are also doing announced, for example, some fiscal incentives for things such as rainwater harvesting. So if you do rainwater harvesting on your own house for a certain number of years, certain norms are given, you get a certain amount of discount on the property tax that you pay every year. Likewise, also in the case of solar energy at the rooftop, if you do something, you get a certain set-off on the building plan sanction, and this is likely to urge you. But what is not so common, perhaps, in the matter of sustainable practices, trying to make people work the way we want sustainable practices to happen, is, for example, what we are doing in the case of rooftop gardening, rooftop farming. We are calling it urban farming. We are saying don't grow ganda fool or marigold flowers on your pot in your veranda, grow a salad instead. And if you do so, the huge amount of things that come, vegetables that come from Bhangur and South 24 Pargana, other areas, the transportation, the pollution, the logistics, all this will slowly start getting less. And we are also giving certain incentives. We not only have got certain norms of, if you want to do, where is the vendor, whom do I contact, I want to do, but what is a good time to plant trees for cauliflower, for example, we don't know, and where to get the seeds. So those agencies are also listed on the NKDA website. And if you do for a certain number of period, you will also get some kind of an incentive structure. I don't mean to say that people will work for the incentive, but it helps to nudge people across. Okay, like if you do, we also do this. And perhaps for the last point that I would like to say is urban farming, rainwater harvesting, fiscal incentive, ranking of communities, training at a zero waste shop, trying to inculcate a habit of using reused and upcycled goods. And the last point, which is not, it is in the traditional zone, but I'll tell that also we are doing. We believe that mobility, urban mobility, we are laying a great deal of emphasis on cycling. And we have built already 19 kilometers of graded cycle track, the only place in Eastern India, whole of Bengal, where you can get apps-based cycles. That is, you hire it like an Uber. You can get a cycle over here, and there is it's safe. It's cycle graded, and we're urging people to do more of walking, more of cycling. We are having a program, Streets for the People. Streets are not for cars, but streets are for people. Already 2 streets have been selected, and we are taking inputs from people how they would like to design it so that it will be more pedestrian friendly. We are saying if you want to go from A to B, it should be reserved for pedestrians and cyclists. A to B via a distant C, that can be for the motorist. So this kind of strategies we are using, and we are also, the government of West Bengal, this is at a slightly macro level, the government of West Bengal was the first state in India to announce for 10% extra FAR for green buildings. Green buildings that have at least a gold rating, or better if they have a platinum rating, that will give them 10% extra FAR. And in the case of Newtown, much earlier, we went for an FAR of 6 in the CBD areas that are close to the metro line, and this is working very well. The HITCO is earning money. People are getting what they want, and we want mixed development, vertical cities. You go via lift from your penthouse flat at floor 99 to your office at floor 22 using an elevator which runs on electricity, hopefully not by coal, but by solar or nuclear or hydrogen energy. And that is sustainability, walkable distances, vertical cities, compact development, rooftop farming, and behavioral changes that we are emphasizing on, innovative behavioral changes, so that we indeed go up in the sustainability index put forward by the United Nations. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for this enlightening speech. It is all about the ground reality, almost. We can see the innovations. Innovations are in the way. This is called really the smart city, the smart use of the space. No, we always say that we are running out of space. We cannot cope up with the natural environment. But as you said, that it is it's really the living with the nature, or what we can say that the biophilia or the natural urbanism we are heading towards through this smart living environments, smart cities. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for your precious lecture.
For some discussion session will be there. If anybody wants to ask any question to our honorable sir, Mr. Shen, please.
Yes. Anybody, if anybody have any questions, any queries, please, now it's open for discussion.
I think
Hello,
it's clear,
hello,
clear enough.
hello,
Perhaps we can move
hello.
around. Sorry,
Sir. Good evening, sir. My name is Vishal Sharma, sir, from Churu, Rajasthan, sir. My question is that in smart cities, what should be the character of the smart citizens, sir, of the smart cities, sir?
What should be the character of smart citizens? Okay.
Of a smart city, sir.
A smart city. Okay, as I said, a smart city is smart planning. Some people take smart city as just a technology. You put some IoT devices and put some Wi-Fi and CCTV, and people say our city is smart. In my opinion, that is not smart. Smart is a holistic approach to a better living, and that includes sustainability, that includes a good life, a good quality of life. So, for example, I said cycling. When you cycle, you will get no COVID, you will get no pandemic, and you will keep your health okay. And so use cycles. Why don't we use cycles? Because it's unsafe. Mothers are unwilling to let their children go away because he or she may be run over by a lorry. So therefore, we have to make the streets safe. If so, they will go. No, everybody cannot own a cycle. So what do? You do adopt the same strategy as Ola and Uber has done. Ola and Uber does not own any taxi, as we all know. So you don't have to own any cycle. I mean, where will you keep it? I stay in 18th floor. Do I take it above, etc.? Those things are solved by the docking stations, and you just use your app to move around. So to answer in short your question, for being a smart city, the whole thinking paradigm has to be changed. And of course, I have now no quarrel with technology. I was the IT secretary of the state for 3 years. We are doing birth and death certificates on a blockchain. So I'm all for it, but it should be always come second to the person's needs. That is all I can say.
Thank you, sir. And if anybody have any queries, please ask.
Vishal has given me a thank you. So I think, Dr. Chaudhary, you can go to the next speaker. I'll be there for some time. Then, of course, I will.
Okay, sir. Okay. So, Supratim, please go ahead.
Thank you, sir. Now we will go for the next lecture, and that lecture will be delivered by Dr. Arvind Varshne, Advisor, National Institute of Urban Affairs. He is a national award-winning, internationally published sustainability professional committed to harnessing the power of technology to unlock a resilient future for our cities. His work focuses on building cross-disciplinary bridges with technology to climate-proof urban future. He has over 25 years of experience in urban designing, research, and analysis of built environment, and has a track record of leading delivery of innovative urban solutions and evidence-based strategies to counter impacts of climate change on cities, resulting in sustainable, cost-effective, climate change resilient outcomes. He has a diverse and unique mix of knowledge, skills, and experience, culminating into work with a focus on holistic sustainability assessment, accounting, and reporting of urban systems. Sir will be delivering a lecture on an overview of Smart Cities mission. So I would request Sir to deliver his lecture. Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much, Supratim. It's a pleasure to be here. I'm here today to give you a quick overview of the Smart Cities mission. So I'll talk about the structure of the mission, how it is structured, how the money is being spent, and how it is being implemented, how the mission is being implemented. And I'll show you some examples of what kind of works are being done across the country among smart cities. So I have a small presentation, probably I'll share that with you. And just bear with me for a minute. I hope you can see my presentation, my screen.
Yes.
Yes, we can see.
Great, perfect. So before we actually go into talking about smart cities mission, a quick word about why we need smart cities. We've already talked about what is a smart city earlier. Supratim mentioned, what a smart city is, and then Mr. Sen quite, elaborately talked about what a smart city should be or what a smart city could be. So I'll just, talk about why we need smart cities. So, how important cities as such are for India. And how urbanization has picked up pace in last couple of decades. So in 2011, only 31% of population used to live in cities, but by 2030, 40% of population would be living in cities, and earlier, 10 years ago, only 63% of GDP was coming from cities, but in next 10 years, it is going to be almost 75%. So it's a very quick growth by any standards. And our cities are already crumbling under pressure of population, and there is either inadequate infrastructure or the infrastructure is dilapidated. So if we really want solid economic growth and also sustainable development, we really need to fix our cities. Now, smart cities mission is one of those, one of, in fact, several schemes that Government of India has launched uh, in 2015. So the basic idea was for all these schemes, um, the basic idea was to address the problem of rapid urbanization and economic growth and things like that. And smart cities mission particularly, it was designed to drive economic growth and improve the quality of life, and also harness the power of technology that has become available. So this was uh, it is, before we go further into the examples and what kind of projects are being done, it is really important to understand how the smart cities mission is structured. So in terms of structure, look, there were 100 smart cities were selected from across the country, and each smart city is given 1,000 crore rupees, and 500 crores comes from the state government, and the other half comes from the central government. Now, each city was asked to submit a proposal to describe how they are going to spend this 1,000 crore. And based on their proposals, these 100 cities were selected. Now, all these proposals had two parts, as you can see on the left of the screen: area-based development, and the other one was pan-city development. So these were two components for each proposal. Now, under area-based development, each city had to identify a small area within the city. By small area, about 500 acres or so, little less or more. And for that, they had three options. Either they could redevelop that area, or it could be a greenfield project, or it could be retrofitting project. A retrofitting project is simply taking an existing area and making some changes in it so that it becomes smarter, it offers better quality of life. Redevelopment was existing area which was dilapidated. It could either be remodeled entirely, or sufficient changes in terms of reuse and all brought in, and the entire area is redeveloped. And greenfield development simply meant that it was a open ground where they could create a fresh development. And the other component was pan city development. So under pan city development, this was largely smart solutions, or technology-based solutions, and citywide. And these could include electronic service delivery, intelligent traffic management systems, IoT, Internet of Things based, sensing, video crime monitoring, and closed circuit TV cameras. And all these solutions are supposed to be integrated in what we call integrated smart solutions. Integrated command and control centers, which every smart city is supposed to have. So under this mission, 100 cities that were selected, they proposed 5,151 projects, and the total value was about 2 lakh crore rupees. So this is
Sorry.
how the mission is
Hello,
structured.
sir. Dr. Fasni, sir.
Yeah.
Sorry to interrupt you. Kindly elaborate your presentation slide. Our participants requested to you.
You want this one to be explained again?
No. Just elaborate the slide.
So that is what I did just now.
Not in the presentation.
Make it full screen, sir.
Full screen, sir.
Not in the presentation.
Make it full screen, sir.
Make it full screen, sir.
I thought this was. So this is not full screen. Okay, just a minute. Let me. Is this full screen now?
It is in the show mode. You have to run the slideshow. At present, it is recording.
Okay. So I've just stopped sharing. I'll try to.
You'll have to go to the slideshow. Yes, now it is.
Okay, great. So are you able to see my screen now?
Yes, sir.
Okay, good. So I hope the screen that you have now, the slide you have on the screen now, this is clear, or you want me to go through
Yes,
that
sir.
once again?
Clearly visible.
Okay, so you want me to explain this again?
No, sir.
Okay, great. Perfect. So, okay. And then about the money. So, as I said, it is about 2 lakh crores of investment. And just to understand where this money is coming from. So about 45% of this money is coming from state and center. And about 20% is the convergence. This money is coming from convergence project. Now, convergence projects are those projects which are run by by the government, but through other schemes. For example, Amrut or Swachh Bharat Mission or PMAY. So these projects where they were required by the city, they don't need to rebuild, they don't need to duplicate within the smart cities mission, but they were taken as such from the other missions, and they were called convergence projects. So this is a unique feature of smart cities mission. 21% money comes from private investments. So what we called PPP, or public-private partnerships. So this is again one of the very few schemes across. In fact, first scheme in urban development sector which uses public-private investments. And then there is some money that comes from debts and loan, and some cities have their own money invested in this. So this is how money is coming from, and maximum amount of money, which is about 41,000 crore, that goes into urban development. And there is some money that goes into solid waste management, which is 4,000, about 5,000 crore. But majority of that investment is done under SBM or Swachh Bharat Mission. So on the left of the screen, you can see different sectors and how much money is being invested in these sectors. So you can see area development, maximum urban mobility is next. Economic development, we are spending about 25,000 crore rupees. Connectivity and ICT solution, sizable, more than 20,000 crores. So likewise on energy, affordable housing, water supply, all these sectors we are spending money in. So as earlier Mr. Sen mentioned, that smart city is just not about technology. It is more about quality of life, ease of living, economic development. So you can see that in terms of money being spent here, technology is, there's fair bit of money spent, but as compared to other sectors, this is really not a majority of money that is going into technology. In terms of current status, so we have about 16% of all projects have been completed. So out of 2 lakh 5,000 crore rupees, the total investment, 33,000, more than 33,000 worth rupees of projects have been completed. 51% projects are under construction. So they are at various stages of completion, and only 18% remain in tender issue status. And there are a few other small percentage that is, for which DPRs or detailed project reports are being prepared. So this is how the mission stands now. Now coming to implementation, so we have under smart cities, we have 4 buckets under which we can divide the projects. So first, of course, is ease of living projects, where we talk about walkable cities, streets, parks and waterfront developments. Then the second bucket we call connected communities, where we talk about where we have projects that focus on smart schools, heritage, arts and culture. Then smart governance projects we have, where we have integrated command and control centers, we have mobile applications, we have several other IT applications. And then we have urban resilience related projects that are largely sustainability focused project, ranging from solar and wind energy to waste management and wastewater management project. So I'll show you a few examples with photos as to what kind of development is taking place. So let's go to ease of living projects first. So here you see on the left a walkable street from Pune. So this street was converted from, it was a usual traffic street. Now it is converted to only pedestrian street, which is universally accessible, where people with disabilities, they can use this street, and elderly and children, they can use this street without being fear of being run over by vehicles. So they can cycle, they can walk freely. On the right you see an example from Surat. So you can see before and after photos. So before, the road was available for all sorts of vehicles and normal traffic, and then cycle tracks were created and walkable areas were created, and suddenly the street looked much more aesthetically pleasing and also safer. Here are 2 examples of waterfront development. On the left is in Indore, Khan Saraswati River development, and on the right is Anasagar Lake in Ajmer. So both these waterfront developments have been created to offer the citizens, a space where they can visit, they can come and relax and spend some quality time with friends and family. And in the process, they create some informal, not only spaces, but also employment for vendors and such people. And in the process also, the water treatment plants are established on most of these sites, so that water is also treated, water is clean, and water sport facilities are being developed. So quite a few cities have waterfront development, in their proposals. Let's talk about connected communities. Here are a couple of examples of smart classrooms. So you see examples from Kakinada, Visakhapatnam, and New Delhi. So smart classroom is simply a technology enabled classroom where, instead of conventional chalk blackboard, you have electronic boards, and the students are given laptops or tablets, and they have internet connectivity, and there is a it's a whole connected community is created out of these classes. And that kind of experience, that technology enabled experience is created for these children. And these kind of facilities have improved the performance of the students here. Famously, New Delhi government schools, last couple of years, they have performed better than even Kendriya Vidyalayas and other private schools. So their performance has significantly gone up. And New Delhi is one of the cities where smart classrooms initiatives have really taken off quite well, more than probably most other cities. Um, Here is an example from Pune on the left. So Pune Smart City has created what they call lighthouses. So under this initiative, they invite people, young people from unprivileged backgrounds, and they uh, train them in skills with which they can earn their livelihood. On the right is an incubation center in Bhopal where startups are incubated. So they are given all kinds of facilities, not only physical space, but also mentoring and skills to uh, market their wares, and also how to achieve leadership in terms of business success. Then street art and mural projects are also part of smart cities. Here you see some examples from Bhubaneswar. So in Bhubaneswar, they came up with a project which they call I Am Bhubaneswar. So all quite a few spaces which were derelict, which were turning into dungeons. So they invited artists and they converted these places in very lively, artistic, vibrant spaces. Quite a few cities have decorated their overhead water tanks with paints and different kind of murals, just to give a different feel of that space. In Rajasthan, on the left, you see Rajasthan School of Arts, which used to be a residence of a minister from one of the rulers, a couple of 100 years ago. And now it has been converted into a museum where, all sorts of artists are invited, and different shows are held, workshops are held for not only for artists, but also for uh, common people who are interested in this area. On the right, you see Varanasi town hall, Varanasi, which has been renovated. In the middle is a renovation project from Surat. So all these heritage projects are also being, also being promoted amongst the smart cities. So this was about connected communities. Let's see a few projects in smart governance. So under this, largely, what we call is integrated command and control center. Now, every smart city is supposed to have one. So this center is nothing but, you can imagine it to be a Houston style command and control center where, there is large video wall, or maybe more than one video wall, where people from all the arms of urban management, municipal corporation, they sit together. So people from emergency management, traffic police, health management, revenue department, all these people, traffic management, all these people sit together. They get a feed from cameras across the city, sensors from across the city, and they make informed decision based on all the information, all the feed that is coming from everywhere. So on the left is Vishakhapatnam Integrated Command Control Center. On the right, you see is Bhopal Command and Control Center. So different command control centers have different facilities depending on the priorities of those cities. Another example from Vadodara. Vadodara has, because of after the, commissioning of integrated command control center, there's been 240% increase in public transport use. And all these buses are fitted with GPS, and they are monitored here in the command control center. They can actually see the entire fleet, where all these buses are, which buses are standing, which buses are moving. So all that sort of information is available to the decision makers in real time. Rajkot on the right. So Rajkot has experienced, greater rate of conviction because of live CCTV cameras, and as a result, the crime rate has reduced significantly there. Some examples of urban resilience. So Dew is one of the smart cities, one of the 100 smart cities, and it happens to be one of the first, probably the first city in India that can run 100% on renewable energy or solar energy during daytime. Most cities uh, have solar projects, and they were expected to have solar panels on most government buildings, terraces. So practically, I think every city has at least one solar panel project. So there is, and every city was supposed to meet at least 10% of their energy demands from renewable sources. We are also using technology to save water and electricity. For example, the image you see on the left is SCADA, fitted in Ahmedabad for water conservation. So SCADA is simply supervisory controlled, what is it called? Acquisition of data, something like that. So basically what it is computer monitors the flow of the water across the entire network of pipes, and it can sense if there is any leakage, if there is any drop of pressure. So based on that, non-revenue water or water loss has been reduced, and Ahmedabad has been saving, I think, 400 to 500 crore rupees every year after the installation of SCADA. Um, then you know on the right is example from Bhopal water supply infrastructure, where uh, technology has improved health and hygiene of community and the quality of water. As Mr. Sen earlier said, we quite a few cities, I think about 20 odd cities have public bike sharing programs. On the left is inauguration of public bike sharing program in Coimbatore. One of the first ones, I think, was Pune bike sharing program, which is on the right. So this offers the citizens a healthy option for small distances, and it is also a solution for last mile connectivity. So most of the places where public bike sharing program is offered, these docking stations, or even docking station less bike sharing programs, this facility is offered close to public transport nodes. For example, a metro rail station or a bus station, and cycles would be available, and people can just, through an app for a nominal amount of money, rent these bikes. So this has been quite popular in quite a few cities. Of course, there have been a few problems as well, but this is a new initiative for India, and we are learning from experience. So apart from these projects, there are quite a few initiatives that Smart Cities Mission has started. So for example, there is one climate smart cities assessment framework. So every year we assess all 100 smart cities. In fact, more than 100 smart cities. There's some other cities, about 139 cities. We have a framework on which we assess how prepared these cities are to fight climate change. Then we have another assessment framework for ease of living, where you must have heard of, ease of living rankings. and this was held last year and again in 2018, I think. Before that, we have India Urban Observatory in the Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs. Now, this is an integrated command control center of integrated command control centers across the country. So here we get feed from all these integrated command control centers, and there is a whole team of analytics that sits here, and they look at all the data and do the analytics and come out with inputs for policies and urban management frameworks. We have a data smart city strategy. So this basically talks about how cities can move towards evidence-based decision making and policy making. So what cities need to do to be able to use to capture data and then use data for decision making. So all the 100 cities, smart cities, they have appointed a chief data officer, and we actively engage with them, and we then uh, how best used in these cities. We are also working on city GDP measurement framework. So conventionally, GDP is measured for nations, entire countries or regions. But, as they say, think global, act local. The real action is taking place at local level, at city level. So once we understand how the GDP of a city is, shaping up, then decision making in terms of economic development and growth becomes much more profound and easier to do. Then there is another project which is abbreviated as cities. It is it is being implemented with the help of French government. So this is working in 12 different cities on 12 projects, where we are trying to come up with better strategies and standard operating processes for better project management and things like that. There is another program called India Smart Cities Fellowship program, where we enroll about 40 to 50, sometimes even more, young fellows from different realms of different domains and disciplines of academia, and they come and work with us on different projects. So that has been a very fruitful initiative for the mission and also for the fellows. So this was basically about what we've been doing, and smart cities have opened up a lot of opportunities for investment. So ranging from integrated command control centers, which is hardcore technology driven area, and then we have investment opportunities in electric mobility and all kinds of sustainable mobility solutions. Then barrier free design, or design of streets and cities. Um,
I think there is some technical issues. Moving.
I think due to some technical issues, Sarah is disconnected, but we will join in.
We can wait for a bit.
Yes, yes.
আচ্ছা, আমান গুপ্তা তো অ্যাবসেন্ট মার্ক করার কথা, কিন্তু আমান গুপ্তাকে কিন্তু 69 এর পর থেকে সব প্রেজেন্ট দেখাচ্ছে।
Sorry, due to some technical fault in NIUA office, so the whole system has been disconnected, and Sir has apologized for this inconvenience. And we will proceed for our next speaker. So
Okay, proceed.
Sir will join as soon as the system will back up.
Okay,
So
yeah.
we are moving to our next speaker. Our next speaker is Professor Mohala Chatterjee, Professor, Center of Urban Economic Studies, Department of Economics, Calcutta University. Professor Chatterjee is a faculty member of Department of Economics. She has been also acted as a director of Center of Urban Economic Studies, a research center specializing on urban studies, University of Calcutta till 2017. She has been coordinating a course on urban management and planning for the last 5 years. She has authored 2 books on urban land economics and environmental management respectively, and published an edited volume on socioeconomic perspectives of urban development in Howrah, the twin city of Kolkata. Apart from teaching and research, she is also carrying on different administrative duties like heading the department from 2012 to 14 and chairing the undergraduate board of studies in economics in Calcutta University till 2017. She is also an academic member of Mohanirban Research and Mohanirban Calcutta Research Group. She is a governing body member of South Asian Institute of Advanced Research and Development. She is associated as a project specialist in Indian Women Entrepreneurship Program under the 21st Century Knowledge Initiative, a collaborative research project of Calcutta University with Claflin University, South Carolina, USA. Now I would request Professor Mohala Chatterjee to please deliver her lecture on the topic, does smartness rule out the inclusiveness and sustainability? Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you for the generous introduction, and being a part of SAIARD, I wouldn't thank SAIARD for inviting me, but it's an opportunity to say something on this smart city mission. But it's a difficult part to speak after somebody from NIUA, which as a part of the government of India speaks about or speaks on the good points or the positive points of smart city. I would like to look into the other part, and first let me share the screen. As the title suggests, I would like to look into the whole smart city mission, SCM as it is called, from the point of view of 3 things. Firstly, the financing of it, the economics behind it. Secondly, from a human rights point of view, and thirdly, from the point of view of sustainability. Let me share the screen. So, is it visible?
Ma'am, it's just coming, it's just sharing on the process. Yes, ma'am, it's visible.
Okay. So let me start by saying that why it is called smart. Does it address the urban problems of India, or is it just creating an exclusionary narrative? Now, as you all know, we are now talking about inclusive urbanization and other things, and the pandemic have shown us that our urbanization is not at all inclusive. We have tried to keep our eyes shut to a major part of the so-called urban population who are a part of our urban economic process and so on. So we are not at all a model of inclusive urbanization, and I would like to say that this smart city narrative is going to make it more exclusionary. Now, let me start with financing smart city. I am happy that just my previous speaker has shown about the sources of the finance and how it is spent. How it is spent, but I would like to argue in a different way that any policy or proposal should be backed by a strong financial proposal. But from the very beginning, this seemed to be the weakest point of smart city mission. No serious thinking on the same. The only document about the finance sources of finance for smart city is available in smart city mission website is inadequate, never updated within the mission period. The mission started in 2015 and it was supposed to end in this year 2020. But this particular thing, that financing smart city, has remained the same now the 5 years. Now, you can always check that in the SCM website. It is by some economic advisor of Government of India. It starts with listing the major sources of ULB finance, namely the property tax, profession tax, entertainment tax, advertisement, octroi, and entry tax. Now, as we all know that this being a state subject, all the states do not given the ULBs the power for all these taxes. As we all know, in West Bengal, the professional taxes goes directly to the state government, and after the introduction of GST, octroi and entry tax is not there. Here also the entertainment tax is not collected by the ULB directly. So even this listing is faulty in the sense it does not take into account all the things. But and what he talks about that he says that these ULBs have already these sources, so these will be used for by them for the smart city projects. Now we already know that our ULBs from the largest one to the smallest one are suffering from revenue deficit. They are very much dependent on their own source. Revenue is very low, and so they're very much dependent for grants and loans from the higher authorities. It is amply discussed. I don't want to go into that, but just keep in mind. Now, what are the additional resources listed for smart cities? Government of India grant, matching grant from the states, user charges, public-private partnership, Finance Commission, that is the 14th Finance Commission recommendations, including the use of land-based instruments, municipal bonds, borrowing from bilaterals and multilaterals, National Investment and Infrastructure Fund, and convergence with similar schemes. Now, Government of India grant was about 500 crores of rupees to be matched by the states. Now, here, just remember that when I'm talking about matching with the states, remember that our states are diverse and their financial capacities or their economic capacities are also diverse. Capacities are also diverse. So, even if this 500 crores of Government of India grant has to be matched with state grant of equal amount, each state is not capable of giving the grant of equal amount. So the number of the states were supposed to choose the cities to be included in smart city mission. That is an important point. I will discuss it later. That it was selected by a demand side type of thing. That is, the states prepared the plans. They placed it to the central government, and it was a competitive bid. So this competitive bid depend on the economic capacity of the state itself. So with the bigger states can bid for more number of cities, whereas smaller states could not. Then the third is user charges. Now we all know the story of user charges in India, that how it cannot be implemented in most of the cases. The so-called I should say rational economics generally loses back to populist politics. Even with the JNURM compulsion and others, most of the states were not being able to just implement the water charge of type of thing. So user charge is something which it is difficult to find out the beneficiaries and also find out the charge. Now user charge, if you think of water, water is something you have to give to your citizen, whether they can pay or they cannot. So when in a city, in cities of India, where most of the people who live in slums, who do not have separate taps of water, and even when we do not have tap water inside the premises for more than half of our population, user charges for a common thing like water becomes a very difficult issue, and same for the others. So user charge is something which is gone. Then public private partnership, my previous speaker already talked about that. He boasted about the public private partnership thing done in different things. But just to remind that that the public, for any sort of public project, we go through different types of cost benefit analysis and others to look at the benefits of the project, whereas the private partner of it would look into the revenue earning capacity, and the profit part of it. Without that motive, no private partner will be interested in any project. So if emphasis on more emphasis on PPP model would lead to selection of projects which have huge revenue earning capacity, which would add to the profit of the private things. Then Finance Commission recommendations, it is true that the Finance Commission recommendations are increasing by the year, but if we look at the real run, that is not increasing. And the Finance Commission recommendation is to be meant for the state and not for the so-called not for the cities only. So not for the cities only. Then about municipal bonds, pooled bonds, etc., our experience is not at all good. We are hearing about all these things for about, say, last 25 years, since the inception of this reform period and others, but our experience is not at all good. I don't think that there has been any change, that the creditability of the so-called ULBs have increased, especially for the smaller ones, so that the municipal bonds will be very attractive thing for financing. Then borrowing from multilaterals and bilaterals, the main players here are, of course, the World Bank and Asian Development Bank. Now, previously also, since this urban development thing started, we have seen World Bank projects, we have seen ADB projects. They are always there, they're nothing new. Then the only thing new in this list is the National Investment and Infrastructure Fund, that is the NIFF, which was floated in 2015 as a limited company, and they have three types of finance, that is three types of fund, I must say. But I went through the website of this NIFFL, but unfortunately I didn't find any city specific about their finance list and others. I did not find any city specific thing, and I'm not very sure whether this NIFF has done any city specific project project financing in this whole 5-year period. I may be wrong. I may be wrong. What I am saying, it is from the what I could gather from the website of NIFFL, but I didn't find anything. They have 3 types of fund: master fund, fund of funds, and strategic opportunities fund. But I couldn't find anything that any city specific project, whatever. They have finance infrastructure and others in a broader sense, but not for any so-called smart city. Then the convergence of other similar schemes. Again, my previous speaker has said that this is a novel thing, but this is where most of the confusion lies. Either there is overlapping, or um, that is totally missed away. Totally missed away. So what I find that this is the weakest link, and my main point here is that when he starts by listing the sources of finance of ULBs, then what the ULBs would do? The ULBs cannot even finance their own things. They are hopelessly dependent on the state government, and also the state, a major part of the state government grant goes to salaries and wages of the ULB employees and others. They generally don't have any excess fund for new projects and others. But if those are taken away in the name of smart city mission, how would it help? How would the ULB survive? The smart city mission is supposed to be for 5 years, but the ULB would be there. Then the second point is about the inclusiveness. And the SCM document, of course, have some positive points. Both of my previous speakers have talked about emphasis on renewable energy, especially solar energy, non-motorized transport, including emphasis on pedestal pathways and bicycle tracks, focus on heritage and culture, housing for low-income group. But if you look to the documents, you will see that the presence of slums or economically weaker section without proper housing, most of the mission cities have told that this is a threat. When they have done the so-called analysis, the standard analysis, and this is listed as a threat. Now this goes against inclusiveness, because we depend on these weaker section of the people for running our city. They do all sorts of odd jobs for the city. They are the so-called informal sector, unorganized sector, which run the city with their different types of work, and they are shown as threats for any SODP analysis type of thing. And again, to go back a bit little, the process of selection was extremely exclusionary. Competitive bidding from the very beginning, that put away some of the cities out of thing. The cities which thought that we are not capable of competing either. They were put away. So only 100 cities among the 7,000 plus urban areas of India, of which again more than half is at the census towns, which are under the purview of the rural administration. Only 100 cities, or putting money into 100 cities for making them smart, will not help urban problems. It is just decorating our fast, not urban areas, and nothing but. In a process, we are neglecting all other cities and towns of the country. And the major problem of the smart city is it viewed the cities in isolation. But our city, it ignored the rural-urban linkages, it ignored the agglomeration effects, including metropolitan structure, etc. Now, if you think of Kolkata, most of the problems of Kolkata cannot be seen in isolation. If you don't look into the problems of the Calcutta metropolitan area. Metropolitan area. Similarly, that is the same with Kolkata is not in the list of the smart cities, but if you look in Mumbai or Delhi or even Chennai, if you Chennai, you cannot cure the problems of the city itself without looking into the rural areas surrounding it, and if it is a metropolitan area, the other cities within the metropolis. Then again, continuing with inclusiveness, what are the benefits of the economically weaker section or LIG groups? We have already seen the condition of these people during the pandemic. The pandemic has opened our eyes to that. Now, secondly, we have something called livability index. Wherever livability index was related to the smartness, what is the livability index of the smart cities, and whether entering into the smart city mission and others will increase the livability. Now, thirdly, right to information and participation was ICT based from the very beginning. So again, that is a point of exclusion. Those do not have access to ICT, those do not have a smartphone in their hand, they do not have the information, and they couldn't even participate in the whole thing. In the very beginning, when we are looking into the citizens' response to the smart city type of thing, only people with internet access with smartphone could participate in all the surveys and others. There were hardly any people-to-people contact to know about these things. Then given everything, given our situation, I'm not being very harsh if I talk about the safety of women, but the smart cities did not have any separate component about gender inequality and non-discrimination. Vulnerable groups like different labels, senior citizens, marginal communities like minorities and transgenders, etc. Now I was going through the documents. I have seen that yes, the cities listed some of their consultations with different labels, transgenders, etc. But that is very few, maybe 0.001% of the total consultations. Then all these things leads to the dilution of democracy, that is the 74th Constitution Amendment, non-inclusion of the elected representatives. Now 74th Constitution Amendments called about ward committees and others, ward committees, ward shabas, different types of participation of people at the grassroots. Now all these were forgotten while planning for the smart cities. Then finally it goes for corporatization of the cities by forming the SPV, and you will see that the these SPVs are headed by CEOs and others rather than a people's representative or anything. Then continuing on the same thing, there is no clear policy on land. So we have seen during this 5 years process, there are forced evictions from the court city, land acquisition for Greenfield city, the gift in Gujarat that was constructed by taking land for three villages, and even after all these 5 years, the grievances of all these villages were not settled. Then the land pooling in Amaravati, the less said that the better. Then the overemphasis on technology. Overemphasis on technology. Now smart city has already become, though Mr. Debashish Sen has said that smart city is not about technology, and he has talked about the human touch in it. But smart city has become synonymous with the technological thing. It is, again, I'm saying it is non-inclusive by default, and it goes against right to privacy. Right to privacy. Each app you install in your smartphone will monitor your movement, monitor everything. Now, again, as I was saying, that it was non-democratic in the sense that there was no citizen participation in either planning or monitoring, and the right to city is ignored in every stage. Every stage, I must say. I haven't seen there is any, whatever I have seen over the net and other things. I had never seen that whether any citizens meeting were conducted to know about his or her ideas about the city. And things like the good things. The good things can be done in, of course, in New Town, which is now in the process of construction till now. But if you talk about making pedestrian ways and bicycle tracks in an old city, that would mean lots of demolition and other things. Lots of demolition and other things, which is not at all possible, which will again goes for against the human rights type of thing. Then again, when I have talked about the sources of finance, I have when you take into account the issues like loan from World Bank, ADB, etc., and other international agencies, it becomes too much dependence on foreign investment. It becomes too much dependent on private investment. So the basic lack of transparency and convergence, that is another problem. And I must say the overlaps among projects, that is Amrut and Smart City together, Hriday and Smart City together, it's quite confusing. And the implementation challenges were never clarified, never discussed in any forum, rather than as if it was all good for all things. Now let me take to the issue of sustainability. Sustainability, you know that the Sustainable Development Goals number 11 is about city, which is sustainable cities and communities. Sustainable cities and communities, and you see that this is, again, it cannot be fulfilled in isolation. It has clear link with goal number 1, that is no poverty. Goal number 3, good health and well-being. 4, quality education. 5, gender equality. 6, clean water and sanitation. 8, decent work and economic growth. And 9, industry, innovation and infrastructure. Now, if we look into it, can we afford the smart cities? If we think that we have to reach the Sustainable Development Goals to be designated 2030, maybe they will be delayed. Maybe they will be delayed because of this pandemic. But even then, the way our urban population is rising, as it is projected by 2050, more than half of India's population will be living in urban areas. And these urban areas consist of not only the statutory towns, the ULBs, but also the census towns. The rate of municipalization is very slow here. So I think that even in 2050, there will be a chunk of towns which will be outside the purview of this statutory kind of thing. Now, this is the present situation. Now, I am showing this from a very good report written by Om Prakash Mathur and his colleagues in Institute of Social Science. This is what, that as far as basic services are concerned, they will see that electricity in general, 93% have been covered in urban area. Latrine facility, 81%, about 20% needs to be covered. Tap water within the premises, we could cover just the half. Sewage treatment, just 1/3, and solid waste management, just 1/5. This is our situation of urban India. And if you think about that, that education and other things, that goal just for literacy, 89% of urban men are literate, and there is a huge gender gap. Only 79% of female are literate. And again, you see our situation, our slum population, urban poverty, household living, extreme congestion. That our slum population, it's about 17% of our urban population live in slums. Urban poverty, about 14% of urban population are poor. And there is extreme congestion, that is more than 1/4 of urban people. There is 3 persons per house living in a one room. That is the situation. Once upon a time, we thought that slums were present only in the big cities, but 2011 census has shown that slums are there in cities and towns of every size. Even a class 6 town has slums. have slums, and there are some small towns where almost 80 to 100% of the people live in the slums. And this is actually a failure of our land and housing market, and there is no condition about it. Now, this is again, Professor Mathur and his company, they have constructed an index for this SDG 11. SDG 11, and this shows that for general states there is huge gap. If Goa is in the first place in the race for reaching the SDG, the Bihar towns are in the last place. And the last place, and there is also extreme inequality among the northeastern states and the city states. Now this map is for the country as a whole. The red parts are the worst part as far as SDG is concerned. The green parts are the best parts, and the yellow are the in between. Now this exercise cannot be conducted for the white parts, and you can see that this is the situation. This is the situation of urban India as far as sustainable development goals, that is reaching SDG 11, is concerned. So what should be our priority? What should be our priority? Priority, again, these are the suggestions, Professor Mathur. Let me just repeat that institutional framework needs to be strengthened so that sustainable urbanization and the delivery of basic social and health services, particularly to the poor and slum dwellers. And this should be our priority, not creating some sort of technological zigzag. Increased access to practical, demand-driven and customized capacity building programs and opportunities for urban legislative and planning bodies, including resource mobilization and stronger budgeting and accounting practices. Upgrading infrastructure in growing urban centers, including sewerage and solid waste management. Adequate water supply, reuse of storm water and effluent treatments, that is rainwater harvesting and all those things, and transportation and mobility. Now, digital technology should be used. We have seen that we cannot do without digital technology, but that should have a human face. That should have a human face. Those who do not have access to digital technology, they cannot be left behind. Then again, the most important thing, increased skill employment opportunities in the construction and manufacturing sector, including public and private investment in infrastructure and housing. Enhance participation of women and girls in public and economic life. We cannot do it a 16% female participation rate in urban areas. Urban areas, that is a must. That is a must. Then we would need a national strategy, comprehensive strategy and plan for adequate housings, including low-cost rental housing units for the disadvantaged, the low-income groups, and the migrant workers. So let me end here. Thank you. Thanks for your patient hearing.
Thank you, ma'am, for your quite critical lecture. It can be, it's very critical, but it is showing the reality, I must say. Now it's open for discussion. If anybody has any question, Professor Shashikant have some question, some query is there. He written that cities beyond limit is ignored, that is regional perspectives absent in smart city, within limit improved but did not impact smartness due to regional imbalance. What do you suggest?
Yes, yes, cities beyond limits is ignored. I think that is a grave mistake, because no city is in isolation. We are not living in an age where cities are just world things. Cities have intricate relationship with its hinterland, rural and urban, and so on. So I think this is a grave mistake. This is a grave mistake, and this may, as we know, that urbanization is happening in the peri-urban areas because of the improvement of commuting and others. Most of the workers are living in the peri-urban areas, that is amply showed by the data and others. So if we ignore those things, we are in fact ignoring a main point in point in development of urban areas, and by by ignoring all these things, we have created the problems of bad quality housing and others and so and so. But as you have said, that did it impact smartness? Of course, I think it would impact smartness in the sense that as I have said, that it is from the very beginning it is dependent on technology. Now, about 3 years ago, I was writing an article, and there I looked into the reaction of the citizen on various issues. What I found that most of the cities, the response of if the priorities are given, the first priority of the citizen were the safe city, followed by basic amenities like water, like good transport, etc., etc. So the citizens were also not very comfortable just for the smartness. Now all the things. Now when I was in Jaipur for a particular walk, and Jaipur was then the second smart city after the Bhubaneswar, and they showed us roadside kiosks. Then I asked them, who will use them? Then they said that all sorts of facilities are there. You can book railway tickets, you can book airline tickets, you can pay your taxes, you can do this, you can do that, etc., etc. Then I said that I can do all these things sitting in my home from my laptop. Then they said, no, these are not for you. These are for the people those who not have laptop or do not have internet connection. And then I said, then who will teach them doing all these things in this kiosk? And they were silent on that. So if I want smartness for all, then that takes me to that point that with average literacy 89% and 79% just literacy, not computer literacy, and the digital divide being there, that would definitely affect the smartness, if the smartness we are talking about.
Ma'am, Vijay has a question from IIT Kharagpur. He's a student. He is asking about the scope of brownfield redevelopment. Is there any scope in the smart city projects?
Of course, smart city talks about directly. There is no scope for brownfield development, except that we redevelopment and retrofitting. But there is no clear guideline. Some of the cities I know, they have tried to improve some older squares, say unused, and others, to improve those and to bring them back to life. But otherwise, this part, I think most of the cities were not interested. They were more interested in the greenfield part, and this retrofitting is almost become a joke. I have my personal experience about a particular project done by NDMC. They don't even know. They tried to improve an old exhibition room near Rajghat. Now they installed all sorts of geeky things there, and I was asked to make an impact assessment of that, and it was found that not even 5 people visits it within a week, but that was within a retrofitting project. So there is scope for redevelopment, going for brownfield type of development, but as far as I know, most of the cities were not interested in that.
Thank you, ma'am, for this very enlightening lecture. Now we will proceed to the next speaker. Our next speaker will be Professor Dr. Shashwat Bandyopadhyay from Department of Planning, SEPT University, Gujarat. He is an urban planning professional with advanced qualifications in infrastructure planning and management, and his doctoral research on qualifications in infrastructure planning and management, and his doctoral research on climate resilient urban development in emerging economies. He is presently working as a professor at the Faculty of Planning, SEPT University, Ahmedabad. Professor Bandyopadhyay has over 25 years of experience in the urban development sector with a focus on city development planning and resilient urban development framework in South Asia. Professor Bandyopadhyay has spearheaded several pan-Asia pilot research initiatives such as Country Enabling Environment Report for Asia, localization of SDGs in Asia Pacific, and ABD Green Cities Toolkit, amongst others. Professor Bandyopadhyay has been also involved in preparation as well as appraisals of several city and comprehensive development plans across various regions of India, Bhutan, Sri Lanka, and China. Now I would request Professor Bandyopadhyay to deliver his lecture entitled Smart and Sustainable Urban Development Paradigm for India. Over to you, sir.
Yeah, is the screen visible?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay,
Absolutely.
good evening, everyone. And I must thank SAIARD and Dr. Chaudhary and all colleagues for organizing this event and inviting me for this talk. Unfortunately, I'm not very well today, so my voice will be slightly down, but I'll try to keep space with this discussion. The talk that I wanted to share is with this August gathering today is about the India's overall urban development paradigm, and specifically what value these smart cities are bringing to India's urban development paradigm. And secondly, alone smartness may not be sufficient. There is also the element of sustainability embedded, particularly in the context of today's context where cities are being challenged, increasingly being challenged by pandemics like COVID, climate change, and other natural calamities. So my background as many speakers today afternoon has talked about India's urban development paradigm, the challenges of India's urbanization. We must recognize that we are one of the world's second largest urban system. So when we have second largest urbanization or second largest urban system, thereby meaning we have close to about as per 2011 census, we had about close to 7,900 towns and cities. And out of them, about 4,000 plus, around 4,040 or 4,050 census towns, statutory towns. So this is a huge challenge that one has to keep in mind, that the number that we are talking about, the scale, that magnitude that we are talking about of urbanization is enormous. None other than China would have this kind of scale of managing urban systems that we are facing. And as you have seen various, even United Nations prospect population projections, also very recently McKinsey Global Institute projection, all are saying that by 2030, India would have to add another about 250 to 300 million people in the urban area. So urban areas are likely to grow more from the present 8,000, from the towns of presently 8,000 cities and towns, it's likely to go further. And this map showing from the World Bank Nightlight data, showing some of the, what we call 30-70, it is from the Nightlight urbanization assessment. They show the larger agglomeration that are taking shape all across the India, particularly some of the clusters that are emerging. It's a very large diffusion of urban agglomeration, very large, transboundary kind of a urban agglomeration that are taking shape across. More importantly, if you look at India, about 6% of the country's geographic area is urban. 30 to 30% of this population which is urban density is about 1400 per square kilometer on an average. It is estimated about 65% of India's economy is urban related, and thereby making these urban areas is extremely contested in terms of the consumption, production, migration. There is whole thing for highly contested space in the urban area, and more people trying to come. There was a study done by London School of Economics, which publication which shows that an Indian city like Mumbai is receiving about 70 population, 70 persons per hour. It's a kind of a rate of urbanization in terms of their assessment. Through World Resource Institute data, there was one assessment we tried looking at, that if so many people trying to come to the urban areas, what does it mean in terms of urban sprawling? And what we realize is this assessment showing that a city like Delhi is adding close to about 54 square kilometer a year. Mumbai is about 5 because Mumbai is bound by all sides sea. A city like Pune is adding about 42 square kilometer. Now, just to give you a kind of a parallel to this, the downtown Paris, the central Paris, is about 110 square kilometer. So what it means in terms of sprawling, Delhi is adding one central Paris every second year. So this is the kind of a large scale that we are trying to talk about when we are talking about India's urban development paradigm. And this kind of growth leading to peri-urban development, contested spaces. There are also the proliferation of low-cost housing, crowded streets, and beside that, India also has very two major important challenges. One is about the capacity of the human resources, and the second is also, the ability of the efficiency of the human resources, leading to a very complex service delivery challenge in terms of both in terms of planning and management capacity, and second is the transparency. As you all know, that only yesterday India was ranked by the Transparency International from the bottom of 45th country from the. So in this context, when you have a very large challenge of the urbanization, very large challenge of the issues of planning capacity, human resources capacity, cities across the world have been toying up with these ideas of applying ICT, applying ICC smart solution to see some of the results, some of the problem. If some of you remember that the late Dr. Isha Aluwalia chaired a committee called High Powered Expert Committee, and which which looked at India's state of infrastructure, and they estimated that India needs about 40 lakh crores of investment just to catch up with the infrastructure and basic services, which means 2 lakh crore worth of investment is needed just every year to keep pace with India's urbanization challenges. Now, if you look at it, that if you follow the traditional approach of business as usual, providing access to water supply, providing conventional mode of infrastructure services, and we have not been able to keep pace with this kind of a resource, because our resource mobilization altogether is just 1/5 or 1/6 of what we need. So India doesn't have any choice but to innovate, but to require smarter solution, apply smarter ICT to improve the performance of this service delivery. And that is what with the large experience of countries like Brazil, countries like South Africa, other countries which have they have through ICT and applications, they have been able to improvise certain element of efficiency in their infrastructure service delivery. So the idea of smart city, what India, we are talking about Indian smart cities. We are also critically looking at Indian smart cities. But the idea of smart cities is not new. globally the smart cities have been evolving and across various regions. For example, for if you go to European Union, they have a working definition. The British has their definition. Smart cities of US has their own definition. Brazil has a very strong program of smart cities. So is South Africa. To look at so the smart cities have been evolving. And what basically this talking about that the cities in the south, particularly cities of emerging economy like India, who are totally engrossed in day-to-day firefighting, they are unable to plan. If you go to any city government, they are not planning or they are not anticipating future. They are firefighting the backlogs of past, or they are firefighting problems. And if you do everyday firefighting, you cannot climb up the path of sustainability. So the idea is that the cities would require innovative approaches. Cities would have to unleash the collaborative platforms. Cities will have to allow citizens to come in. Cities will have to leverage information to either anticipate problems or leading to better decisions. Cities can also allow to coordinate resources and operative. For example, there is every city, if the municipal body is working in isolation without collaborating with the city stakeholders, then you are getting yourself disconnected, and many of these aspects are being. So globally, cities across, whether it is Amsterdam, Barcelona, we saw what is called smart and sustainable approaches, looking at leveraging information for anticipating problems, leveraging information to make better decisions, and leveraging information and technology platform to collaborate and co-create for cities problems or cities opportunities. And there are also cities which are using their intelligent operations center to partner with private sector, partner with education institutions, partners with university to collaborate. So globally, there are poster childs of some very efficient cities which are operating. And mind you, these have been old cities. These are not new cities. These are not greenfield cities. These are cities which have existed. These are cities who are old. Like, for example, Amsterdam, using its ICT technology, has climbed up the path of smartness and sustainability. Cities like Barcelona, of course, there are new cities, what we saw in Abu Dhabi, Masdar, in United Arab Emirates. So there are cities across, and also the city in Gujarat, which is Gift City, which is about 900-acre land outskirt of between Ahmedabad and Gandhinagar. And out of that, about almost 400 acres have been now being developed as a international financial tech city in this area. So this is the background with where this context, where these smart cities are positioned, because we have to understand that smart cities is not, it's not out of the blue this concept have come. Smart cities, the concept has been proliferating all over the world gradually, from European Union, US Council, and various regional acceptance of smart cities, including China. The second part of it, that this is also a very common lack of understanding, that it is cleverly intertwined with this Mission Amrut. Mission Amrut covers 500 cities. Although India has 4,100 approximately statutory towns, the first mission, JNNURM, as some of you would recollect, could cover only 65 towns. The Swachh Bharat mission attempts to cover all 4,000, and Amrut mission covering about 500 towns. Now, always, if you look at the clever intertwining is done here, and that all the basic services, all the pan-city services are covered under the Amrut mission. So almost out of 100 smart cities chosen, 98 smart cities are also happen to be Amrut cities. That means that all the basic services water supply, the pan city, the sewerage, the drainage, the sewage treatment plant, etc. are eligible under, except for two cities, one in Gujarat and one is somewhere else, which is not an, which is the smart city and non-Amrut city. So the smart city, in a sense, is a very clever twinning program where your basic services can be developed through Amrut kind of mission or such Bharat mission, and smart city thereby it attempts to, you try to take it up, identify a smaller area within a city to, to take us as a pilot. It is a pilot or a lighthouse. I see a lot of people, there is also unfair criticism about area-based development. It has never meant that area-based development will remain as an isolated boundary within the city. It is a fast area-based development is a fast pilot within a city where for the implementation management, a smaller area is taken up where you showcase, develop confidence, and then you go and across the world. This has been the case. You go to London, you go to downtown Paris, you go to downtown Copenhagen. Everywhere a smaller area, smaller block is taken up for urban redevelopment. And smart cities is much of it. If you see the city proposal, there are only few handful of greenfield cities. Most of the smart cities proposal in India is based on either urban redevelopment or urban retrofitting. It is a smaller area, smaller old city areas, redesigning of street, waterfront, redesigning of canal front, or redesigning of some of the market areas or heritage quarters. But yes, it is, we are just fifth year of its implementation. So you see there would be various forms of implementation. Some has been quite successful, but globally, you see most of the cities across the all efficient, well-performing cities across the world, they do two things when the city grows. One, the core city gets redeveloped, old towns and old areas getting redeveloped, and peripheral areas getting expanded and getting consolidated. So I think Indian cities will also have to tread the same path, and smart city provides a very good framework for this in this direction. And how they're being spanned out, how they will be spanned out, that could take certain time or to see how successful are we. But in terms of the framework, in terms of the roadmap of urban redevelopment and consolidation of peripheral expansion, there is no other way you can take up any city in the world. Old cities have to, and there are the way this guideline would help cities to and these are some of the images that I collected from the smart cities. There are a lot of work which is happening in the non-motorized mobility, public bike sharing, and some very good work has happened where the public bike sharing are working very well, particularly post-COVID pandemic. These are like cities like Bhopal, cities like Pune, cities like Jaipur. There are also heritage makeover like cities like Ahmedabad, Madurai, the integrated command and control center, some of the restoration of old fort work, so a lot of surveillance and smart element of related. Very important initiative has been taken up in terms of integrated command and control center, and this has done wonder during this pandemic, COVID pandemic, in terms of surveillance of COVID cases and also COVID waste management in many cities. So cities have been able to leverage information. Cities have been able to use some of the sustainable pathways to, but these are these presently, because of we are fifth year of our implementation, some of these they look in isolated, very sporadic. And there is, I think it needs to be connected, and a new narrative has to be brought forth in terms of developing this. And particularly COVID-19 has also given a massive impetus for the smart cities framework, because as we know that there is a massive disruption of life and living. Much of COVID actions have also, the COVID has also brought forth the importance of city and municipality. Most of the COVID cases, most of the COVID actions are municipality oriented. So COVID crisis have also, empowered cities and cities to take actions. They also brought the debates of resilience, public health, urban housing, parks and open spaces, disaster risk reduction. All together, it has given a, that the city government to, opportunity to build back better and living back safer. And this is where I see the smart cities, particularly the SDG 11 targets. In SDG 11, disaster risk reduction is a very significantly, by 2030, SDG 11 target is to significantly reduce the number of deaths and number of people affected caused by disaster, including water-related disaster, and focus on protecting of poor and people in vulnerable areas. And disaster by 2020 substantially increased the number of cities and human settlement adopting and integrated policies towards inclusion, etc., climate adaptation, resilience, and so on. Now here, I see a major role, the leadership role Indian smart cities are playing, particularly during COVID, because these smart cities are being able to leverage information, leverage ICT infrastructure. Some of the cities have done wonderfully well, and it is, I think, it should be also known, like cities like Indore, cities like Pune, cities like Ahmedabad, leveraging Surat, for example, using online surveillance and monitoring of COVID cases, mapping of city level public and private hospital, police station, fire station, location of ambulance vehicles, location of storage, and during the prolonged lockdown, such mapping and surveillance become extraordinarily supportive in terms of for the city. The smart cities also use ICT and other material for raising awareness and also the capacity building of its sanitary staff member, particularly in the area of managing the COVID sanitary waste. They also created partnerships very well in the NGO and civil society and charitable organization. And particularly city like Indore has taken leadership in COVID biomedical, solid and liquid waste management. So when we are talking about this smart cities, and particularly in the context of pandemic and COVID-19, where we have to, we are anticipating living in a new normal, living with safe and social distancing measures and protocols. Cities have to take and continue to take a lot of safe social distancing measures, be it in public spaces, be it in the commercial area, be it in the public toilets, be it in the schools and colleges and restaurants and other places. And also, you have to focus on increasing the access to core services. For example, solid waste management, and I think the coverage is low through surveillance. In Ahmedabad, for example, they have earmarked few thousand called point of interest or POIs, through which they are monitoring the level of solid waste collection every day. Similarly, through POIs, they are also monitoring the level of public toilets and how they are being cleaned up. So the smart cities actually need to leverage technology, and it has to be always kept in mind that the technology is the means, it's not the end. The end is the quality of life, end is a more sustainable urban development paradigm. But given the magnitude or scale of our urban development challenges, we have no option but to embrace technology more progressively and embrace technology. And technology, there are a lot of concern about that technology is exclusive, technology divides. I would like to just to bring to your attention the BBC document on mobile technology and how it has empowered the mobile phones, empowered the urban poor in India. So I think we are talking about technology as an enabler and not a divider. So focusing on access to core services, affordable housing and public spaces, integrating green and blue spaces, connectivity with the hinterland, more city level granular data. In all this aspect of new normal, the smart cities have the ability, leveraging ICT and, create a kind of a more safer habitat. So smart cities are at the forefront of building back better in this COVID crisis. And I think the framework of smart city, we have to generate enough confidence. And this slowly the lessons, because we are in the cities are not built overnight. Cities are built over a period of time, and globally, if you see whether it is London, whether if you see some many other areas, it is over a period of time cities are gets built up and they get renewed. The renewal, you see the Manhattan Island. If you look at the history of Manhattan Island, if you read through that Manhattan Island is built, rebuilt over a period of time. So all our cities have to be built, rebuilt over a period of time. And smart cities are providing a kind of a framework for building back better and living back safer. And that's what I see, that there is a lot of opportunity for a smart and sustainable urban development framework. And smart cities are bringing, or at least showing early signs of lot of value addition to India's urban development paradigm. But we have to remain vigilant. We have to remain critical. We have to learn from the lessons that we are learning from these smart cities rollout experiences. With this, I would like to thank you again, SAIARD, for giving me this opportunity, Dr. Vishwajit Chaudhary and all other colleagues for again for inviting me for this. Sorry for my voice, which is not in a very good shape today, but thank you for inviting me. Thank you, and over to you.
Thank you, sir, for your very enlightening lecture, and you have joined irrespective of your illness. And it is very enlightening and very encouraging for us to hear from you about the various aspects of myriad aspects of smart city concept. Now, I would like our next speaker, Professor Shobhanik Roy.
Supratim.
Yeah.
Sorry to interrupt you. Just I'd like to give a special thanks to Professor Bandyopadhyay, because with his illness, but he is batting very successfully and already covered a full century. Thank you, Dada, because and also sir is also in our advisory board member, and I'm honored that not SAIARD is become honored to get given opportunity for giving lecture, but also we are honored that you are with us as always from the very beginning of this SAIARD. So thank you.
Thank you.
Now just for a minute, we would like to go for some question and answer session, and I hope several participants will ask any question. Please, if anybody have any queries, please may ask.
I don't think so. So
okay,
we can move for the next lecture. Sure. Now I would like to invite Professor Shobhanik Roy, Department of Architecture, Town and Regional Planning, IIEST, Shibpur. Professor Roy is a former head of the Department of Architecture, Town and Regional Planning, and founder director of the School of Ecology, Infrastructure and Human Development Management, Indian Institute of Engineering, Science and Technology, Shibpur. He was the chairman of ITPI West Bengal Regional Chapter and also member of the steering committee of Government of West Bengal on State Urban Strategy. He is the mentor of Haldia Smart City project on behalf of Ministry of Urban Development, Government of India, and consultant to Integrated Conservation and Development Plan of Danish Historic Court of Sri Rampur, funded by National Museum of Denmark. Professor Roy has been awarded Code Asia Fellowship, Shastri Indo-Canadian Fellowship, and Nuffic Fellowship to conduct research in Canada, Netherlands, and Thailand on urban planning and resilience. He is presently coordinator of a major research project by DST Government of India, funded initiative to promote habitat energy efficiency, and UKRI funded GCRF Living Deltas Hub for Socio-Ecological Resilience of the GBM Delta. He has published several articles in reputed international and national journals. Now I would like to invite Professor Roy to deliver his lecture entitled Rethinking Smart Cities in Post-Pandemic Times. Over to you, sir.
Yeah, good evening, Dr. Karmakar, Dr. Rai Chaudhary, and other SAIARD colleagues. And I'm thankful to SAIARD for giving me this opportunity for sharing my thoughts on this very important issue of smart cities in the context of the new normal or in the context of the COVID situation. So I'll be sharing my screen just on the topic. Yeah, Professor Korma, so it's not being activated. Is there anything I have to do? This screen share? Excuse me.
Yes, sir.
I'm not able to share the screen. Is there anything, because this is probably not activated? Can you just check?
No, sir,
No, sir,
it's activated. You
is
may
activated.
first open your PPT in the desktop and then go in the share screen mode.
Okay, let me just check.
Yeah.
There is a green button in the bottom.
Yeah, is it visible?
Yes, sir, it is visible now.
Clearly
Okay.
visible. Okay. So the topic of my presentation is rethinking smart cities in post-pandemic times, and I'm thankful to Professor Bandyopadhyay for so elaborately presenting the good impacts of smart cities in the post-pandemic times. And my presentation will be looking more into, I'll be talking about smart cities, but also as a whole, the urban development paradigm in which the smart cities have been conceived, and what are the challenges and concerns in this context, and what are the strategic reorientation which is required not only in the smart cities, but also in the overall urban development paradigm, which is necessary. So the outline of my presentation is the concept of a city and smart city, then current status of the smart city mission in India, the challenges and concerns in post-pandemic times, and the principles from smart to wise transformation, and the repurposing strategy of smart cities. Now, if we like to understand that what is the definition of a city, what a city is, then I don't find any better definition than American urban sociologist Louis Mumford, which probably gives us a very interesting clue to what is the meaning of a city. What he said, that city is a geographical network or a plexus, an economic entity, an institutional process, and a theater of social action, an aesthetic symbol of collective unity. So which means that a city is actually a multi-stakeholder space, and where multiple activities and multiple institutions, they come together and negotiate with one another to create a kind of a process or outcome which makes it quite different in terms of the scale or in terms of the complexity compared to the rural areas or villages. Now, what makes cities smarter? How the cities become smarter? And obviously, as Professor Bandyopadhyay has told, that one of the important tools for making cities smarter is obviously technology, the leveraging the technology and more of a new generation technology like what we see nowadays, the artificial intelligence, machine learning, and all kinds of sensor-based technologies and all. But more fundamental driver of making a city smarter is the time. So time is very important, which makes a city smarter. And along with time, a city grows from a very small hamlet to a town, to a medium-sized city, and gradually to a metropolitan city or a big city. That's how almost all the mega cities have grown from a very small city of say 1 lakh or 2 lakh population to a very large mega city, what we see in case of London, Amsterdam, and Calcutta, and all these places. So the cities evolve, and cities evolve to from a very early stage to a very matured stage. Now, so cities are as defined by Louis Mumford, that cities are complex systems, and that makes cities different from the village or rural settlements. And it is a complex systems in terms of that there are multiple layers of systems, ecological systems, social systems, physical and economic systems, which interact together and create a city system or a mega city system. So there are certain features which are to be very important for assessing the success or failure of any kind of project or a mission, is that cities, particularly the cities in global south or cities which are unlike the cities of the north or the west, which are the product of industrial revolution mostly. The cities in global south or these Asia, Africa, and Latin American cities are mostly unpredictable. Means there are a lot of things we do not know what will happen after 5 years. Then, am I audible?
Yes,
am I
sir.
audible? And the screen is visible also, I think.
Yes, sir. Visible and audible.
Okay.
Both.
Okay. The cities exhibit different kinds of properties also, which probably we didn't know yesterday and which we might have experienced in a very short period of time. Cities have multiple thresholds, and which is mostly the non-linear thresholds, and cities are always self-organizing, sometimes in presence of a framework, sometimes in absence of a framework. And cities always have a zone of complexity. Mostly these within a big mega city, there are multiple smaller or medium-sized cities. Let's say for a city of Calcutta or Delhi or other cities, there are 40, 50 lakh population. There are various smaller cities in different zones, which are quite, they can be called as a city in themselves, the smaller areas or smaller blocks or smaller zones. Which means that there is a zone of complexity, and that zone of complexity lies between the planned part of the city and the unplanned or chaotic part of the city. So that makes it a difficult terrain to work upon, because it has a lot of uncertainties, and these uncertainties have become more visible under this in this COVID situation, and that makes the city context so critical in terms of deciding what will be the kind of new normal, and there are a lot of discussions happening in different forums like this one also, because there are a lot of different opinions also that how to look at a particular problem of a city or particular opportunities of a city also. So there is a zone of complexity, and there are also diverse interpretations from different disciplines, how that, like the social science scholars, they look at a city from political economy perspective. The ICT people, they look at a city from more from a technology implementation perspective. The economists in a city look from the economic GDP, the contribution to the GDP growth of a city. So all different disciplines, all different skills, they look at a city from their own perspective, and that makes the thing quite challenging in terms of the process, in terms of the framework, and in terms of the outcome, what is being finally produced. And final outcome is always a kind of a negotiated outcome in most of the cases. And every time it happens like this, that in case of a democracy, this final outcome of the negotiation is most of the cases people who have a much stronger voice or much more representation in the public life or in the policy making arena. The more dominant voice is always getting represented and getting more weightage in terms of the policy, and that's exactly it's true for both the industrial cities of the north or west, and also for the service economies or more of the informal sector, the cities which are driven by informal sector economies like India, Africa, and other Asian and global south countries. So the question is, can we design smart cities? Now, India has also started with more like a concept of an ideal approach to a design of smart city, and those were the primary role models in Indian context was this 4 or 5, like the Masdar city in Abu Dhabi, the Songdo in South Korea, Plan IT Valley in Portugal, and all this Tianjin, which are mostly the cities which are built from scratch, or the greenfield cities. So initially, the first document which was introduced by Government of India, Ministry also, it talked more about these greenfield cities, and this were the first role models in the beginning. But finally, as the cities are emerging, it is more looking like that it is coming to terms with Indian reality, and it is becoming more of a hybrid kind of development, where not the green city focus or the green role models are really being followed, but more of a negotiated kind of outcome is what we are observing now. So all these green cities or the which are built from scratch are having very specific characteristics which initially influence the model, but then it is also changing based on the existing reality of Indian urban situation. The first, it was like it was thought that it would be generic to any place. Then people will appear after the infrastructure. Then it is a singular logic, and the singular logic is more like generally eschewing the differences and conflicts, and considering more this as a uniform or homogeneous kind of situation, unlike that there are multiple cities within a city. And generally it is devoid of a sense of wonder or sense of diversity. So that was quite visible in the almost all the role models what we saw in the previous slide. And that was the initiation time. That was the kind of driving model which thought at the beginning. But as the project is moving from one stage to another, from the selection stage to the implementation, then these things are getting more and more contextual and more incorporating the diversities of different contexts of different states, because urban development in India is a state subject, and obviously that is being finally reflected in also in the process of development of the smart cities. So if we look at the Indian trajectory of smart cities, I'll not read this in detail because everybody knows this. So it has considered the cities which are the engines of the economic growth, and there will be widespread application of information technology to improve the data infrastructure, service delivery, and citizen interface. And the government budget was around 50,000 crores. So it was decided, and it is happening like this. Around almost an equal amount of budget is expected from the convergence of the Amrut mission, then the state budget, and also the private capital, the domestic, private, and foreign capital. So it is almost like now it is as far as I saw the last Government of India document, that it is more like a 2 lakh crore is the final total budget amount, including both the state and private share. And the entire mission has two components. That is, one is the Pan City component, and mostly the Pan City projects, which I looked into, about 81 projects in first 20 major cities. They preferred centralized command and control center, which Professor Bandyopadhyay also told that they played a good role, quite effective role in the tracking, in the contact tracing and hotspot mapping and other health infrastructure mapping in case of this pandemic. Then intelligent traffic management system and area-based traffic control, the mobility hubs. And then we have the area-based development, which focus more on the slum redevelopment and affordable housing, rejuvenation of parks and open spaces, and lake and riverfront development, along with the development of central business districts in most of the cities. So what is the prior to the lockdown, as far as I could get from the smart city website, that only about 13% of the proposed project are completed by March 30. And as Professor Bandyopadhyay has rightly mentioned, that this is probably for the first time this kind of ambitious mission has been introduced, launched. So it's not very unlikely that this would happen. And this, I don't know about how it is performing after this lockdown is lifted. And the reason of slow progress is mentioned as that there is initial lack of clarity and consensus about the special purpose vehicle in the ULBs, problem of retrofitting with the old infrastructure in the Pan City domain of retrofitting with technologies, over dependence on the market-based financing, and poor credit rating of the urban local bodies, because that's also one of the force which is dragging behind the area-based development investments. And the land monetization in area-based development has become problematic in many cases due to the land acquisition issues of multiple contests on the land which is being meant for this area-based development. So these challenges and concerns are that as it is said that area-based developments are likely to be the lighthouse projects. So they command 80% of the funding for 3% of the geographical area and 4% of population. And because they have created a kind of, they're apprehended, though this is in the very early stage, it is none of these area-based developments are complete yet. They are anticipated to create a pockets of affluence. And why I'm saying this, the reason is in no other mission, this urban renewal, apart from in integrated development, is possible to be funded except in this ABD of smart cities within the smart cities. So this is one probably major focus, which will create a kind of stratification, and that's being raised by many scholars, that this will create a pockets of affluence because nowhere in no other project this kind of integrated land management or large scale project would be possible except this area based development. And in this this is targeting only 4% of the population and 3% of the geographical area. The focus is more on the projects, because in cities there are three things which are important. One is people, the other is process, and the projects. So here and places. So here the focus is one of the major criticism of the or concern rather, I'll say, of the smart cities is that it is focused more on project, less on people and the process. And it is seen that out of the project of 2,000 crore, surveillance and control like CCTV, facial recognition is getting more importance than the environmental monitoring, which has environment has become a critical point as a critical issue in terms of the climate change impacts and the kind of almost perennial problem of flooding and other hazards which our cities are facing. So this is the investment amount for environmental monitoring is much less compared to the surveillance kind of projects. It is more technology focused. Yes, it is supposed to be, but in many cases it looks like as if the hardware is more important rather than the outcome or the livability aspect of the city. So another concern is that the area-based developments and this part of the Pan City application, the focus here is on outsourcing of governance. So it is like a separate entity which has quite segregated from the ULB. So they will have a completely more of a corporate kind of governance system, which probably is creating a lot of issues in terms of its convergence with the ULB activities. Because in the 74th amendment, the urban activities are mostly in the domain of in the 12th schedule of ULB, and these are supposed to be taken over at least on an area basis to be taken over by the corporate body of SPV. And the another issue or concern for this smart cities is that it is still more like a generic approach of ABD, which looks like almost same kind of development model is being promoted for most of these area-based projects, which is probably it is subscribing to the generic city approach, not the multiplicity kind of paradigm. So the smart city and COVID-19 interface, it is yes, it is Professor Bandyopadhyay has said, and also it is being discussed in many other scholars' work, that it is breathing a new life into smart city aspirations, and it is supposed to be, and it is said that India's response to COVID-19 depends on the successful use of smart cities investment, and how well this investment is integrated will be with the city requirements. So one of the city which has used this smart city infrastructure, like the command and control center and the technologies like drone, the GIS mapping, and many other kind of surveillance systems for contact tracing and hotspot mapping done in Agra. But the main problem is that the technology is not an end in itself. Finally, technology will not deliver the good livable outcome unless the infrastructure, basic infrastructure, is in place. And there is inadequate health infrastructure, and it is seen out of around 6,000 projects, only 69 of the projects, like 1%, only 1% of the SCM budget is for the health sector. Now it is thought that there is a convergence with other urban health mission and other health missions and other missions of Amrut and infrastructure mission, but it is not being really integrated with this, and particularly in the context of COVID, this need is more highlighted, and this needs to be looked into a more greater detail, that finally the outcome depends on the availability of the health infrastructure. And that is why even in developed countries, the discussion is going on that prior to the COVID pandemic, the focus was more on smart cities, green cities and all, and probably that the focus is now being shifted or reoriented towards healthy cities and more towards the SDG goals incorporating the SDG goals more into the smart city framework. So that probably would be the kind of new normal. So these are some of the models which are being promoted, like the role models for ABD projects. And this is a kind of what I said about the generic city, which looks like almost same, which is product of transfer of development right or urban regeneration kind of thing, which is a pocket. In a pocket, the density will increase the much higher FAR. And the concern is that whether these ABDs projects are integrated with the context or not, that is what is important. Like in a block, if the density is 4 and in the surrounding area if the density is 1, then how this off-site infrastructure requirement would be accessed from this surrounding, which probably do not have that capacity to increase the infrastructure. So that's the integration of the new development with the surrounding area is a big question, and that we call as more like a fragmented cities, which you see gated communities and all these things which are already naturally happening. There's a big question that whether this smart city will further enhance this gated community syndrome, where it's not a city but more of separate enclaves, and we lose the do not finally get the cityness or integration of different components in a city. So that's probably one of the big questions. So I'll be ending with the last 3 slides. So the SCM has emphasized on the logic of growth, that is the economic driver of a city. It is very, very capital intensive and technology enabled infrastructure, and the focus is more on placemaking and generic, so through monetization of land. And the major disconnect is that the bigger communities outside the ABD areas, the ULB capacity and the systems and process, which is part of the everyday lived experience of the community. So there is a disconnect between all these 3: the lived experience, the organization of the community, and the ULB capacity. There is also a disconnect between the housing, livelihood, and public health nexus, because it is seen that in many cases, these urban rehousing projects for affordable housing, as it's happened in the Bombay slum rehabilitation project, almost the same kind of multi-storied housing, affordable housing projects are proposed also in these smart cities. And it is seen that these Bombay slum SRA projects also, those are the places where there is lack of natural lighting, ventilation, and there are places of various kind of respiratory disease and others. So whether this will further create this kind of situation, so there are concerns about this if they follow the same kind of model of multi-story development for which is higher FAR and further higher density. And also there is a disconnect between the city and region. Now it is true that every problem is not supposed to be addressed through the smart cities, but there has to be a kind of a framework to have a finally this disconnect being addressed through the convergence of other missions. Otherwise, in absence of any such kind of integrated framework, if the smart cities operate on their own in a more like an island manner, then probably this disconnect will further accelerate and the problems will be multiplied to a larger extent. So what I'm suggesting is transformation from so-called smart to a more of a wise city, a wise urbanization concept, which is this agenda, and which has to be more inward looking, means which will look into the more towards the individual city basis, which is more ecosystem centric and more socially empowering, so that people will participate in this. So it is not a supply driven, but it would be more demand driven. The focus would be on equity and resilience of the communities, and it has to be more ground up and appropriate technologies. The focus should be less on the proprietary technologies. Enhancing choice and options is very important for smart cities, and I should say that one of the new vertical which has come for this PMAY program, which is also one of the convergence mission, that this affordable rental housing. But the issue is, the concern or issue is that whether we are really looking into the problems of previous rental housing programs in different cities which have already has passed through this phase. Probably we have not learned the lessons from there. Unless we learn the lessons from the failure of or the success of in rental housing projects, then probably we will repeat the mistakes even in future also. So this enhancing the choice and options for the particularly for the urban poor is one of the important issue, and social innovation is very important for co-learning and co-production. So I'll end with this, that the repurposing of the smart cities are required not only through the smart city mission, but also through the convergence or the integrated framework with other missions, is that the focus should be more on has to be more on the livelihood, because this is quite neglected in or not as much as it should have been projected. So the livelihood center should be, and because we saw the large scale return migration happened, and even when people are migrating back, they are saying that they are devoid of those, even they are getting lesser wages. So this livelihood center is one of the important, probably one of the important shift what we need for facilitating the livelihood options based on individual opportunities of individual cities, access equality and distributive justice. So I'll suggest that reorientation of existing imbalance of pan city and ABD, because that's too much of skewedness on the side of pan city, where 80% of the budget is the pan city. So my suggestion is instead of pocket of affluence, better I think we should go for a conservative surgery, which was suggested after the industrial revolution, when the cities were growing and when modern cities were growing, but still the problems of inequity was not addressed. So I'll suggest personally that the concept of conservative surgery and small area based and more small retrofitting activities would have been more beneficial for Indian cities, which is strewn with imbalance inequities. That should be the approach instead of a single area based development. Urban primary healthcare, whatever is possible through smart cities for technology enablement in the healthcare sector, the technology part can come from the smart city program, and the capacity building and others can come from the urban livelihood mission. Cities should be considered as ecosystems. So that probably is the one major thing which is missing in the smart city development projects. So cities integrated nature-based solution instead of more capital-intensive solutions, because many of our cities have wetlands and others which are being completely engulfed by urban development. So the protection of existing wetlands and more nature-based solution rather than mechanical or this energy, high energy or carbon footprint solutions. So that should be considered as the new normal. So city should be considered as ecosystem. Collective intelligence is very important, and building of social capital. What we have seen in this pandemic period also, there are many community initiatives for community quarantine, community kitchens, and many other things. And those are also being strengthened by ICTs. So probably that's a new kind of thing which is emerging, and that probably would help a lot in the reorientation of the existing initiative of Smart City Mission or even Digital India Mission and others. So there is a lot of scope, and there are seeds already being developed during this pandemic period, where community has come to their own help through their own initiative, like crowdsourcing of resources and other things. So probably that has to be looked into in a much greater detail. City should not be considered as a generic city, but more of multiplicities and dualities. So that will remain, and we have to address those multiplicities within a larger city. And the focus, this is the final thing which I'll highlight that the focus should be more on the urban commons, which probably has not given due importance, like the public open space, like the riverfront. So riverfront is considered more as a beautification project. But I'll say that the river should be considered more as an ecological entity and its connectedness with the surrounding areas. The focus should be more on the urban commons and ecological aspect to build the resilience. Otherwise, we'll implement these smart cities, but will not get rid of flooding and other problems. So I'll just end with two photographs that I'll again come back to a very high density situation, that is Dharavi. And Dharavi was thought that Dharavi is going to be a disaster. But what we saw is that Dharavi has a turnaround. And the primary reason is probably is the grassroots community action and multi-stakeholder collaboration, where technology has helped a lot, but also the community groups, the Anganwadi workers, even the municipal health workers, they collaborated on our technology platform, and that is helped a lot by using the schools, the other centers infrastructure. So finally, Dharavi has made a big turnaround, and probably that is one of the good examples that in such a high, probably the Dharavi has the highest density in the world. So at one point, the discussion was going on that whether the Dharavi has to be demolished to remove the problem. So it has shown a turnaround, and probably this is a good example of how a smart habitat or a smart slum can really develop. So this is Dharavi turnaround, and that probably will give a new clue for the many of the low-income settlements in our cities, and that is called what is the smart approach of urban development. So what is finally is important to me that as I consider that we have to nurture diversity. Unless this diversity is nurtured, because 80% of our income of the city income is from informal sector, so they need to be integrated with the be it smart city, be it other missions, and that probably is lacking a lot. So this nurturing diversity so that everybody can have a fair share of their right to live in a city. So that this nurturing the diversity to finally convert it to a wise. So I'll end with another great American sociologist who says that, Jane Jacobs, who said that cities have the capability of providing something for everybody only because and only when they are created by everybody. So this everybody should be the focus, not a few, which the pandemic has probably educated us. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your thought-provoking lecture, and this issue which you have covered is so relevant. We are at present, it's so relevant. Thank you so much. Now it is open for discussion. If anybody has some question, they can ask the questions here. No, I don't think there is any question. So thank you, sir. Thank you again for your kind delivery.
Thank you.
Now I will go for the next lecture, which will be delivered by Dr. Sheetal Sharma, Principal, School of Architecture, LNC University, Bhopal. Dr. Sheetal Sharma, an academic professional with background in architecture and urban planning, has an enormous professional as well as academic experience of more than 23 years. Completed her B.Arch with a gold medal from Amravati University and post-graduation in urban development planning from MNIT in 2010, and also PhD in environmental planning from MNIT in 2015. She also did a double post-graduation in matters of valuation in 2018, completed many courses from Harvard University, NPTEL, SWAM, CAC India, and training on of ECBC, disaster management, etc., from various reputed institutes. She has won many international awards, have chaired many international conferences in Dubai, Canada, Singapore, Paris, Edinburgh, etc., and many places. Many best paper awards he bagged for best educationalist award, 4 gold medals in different streams, and published more than 35 international national papers with many book chapters. Currently posted as principal and professor in School of Architecture, Ellen City University, Bhopal, a leading academic institution of international reputation based in India, handling associated responsibilities of Dean Faculty Welfare, member of Board of Management, Ellen City University, NAC Coordinator, Board of Studies and Board of Examinations, etc. Now I would like to request ma'am to deliver a lecture on the topic which is entitled Smart versus Intelligent Cities, Sustainability Issues, which seems very interesting. The terms are very interesting. So ma'am, please, now the platform is yours.
Thank you, Supratim. And first of all, I would like to thank Dr. Biswajit for arranging this seminar for the Smart City Conclave on behalf of the South Asian Institute for Advanced Research and Development. Then all the speakers, I congratulate you for really giving an insight into the smart city. Debaji sir, Chatterjee sir, Vaidya sir, I hope he joins us soon again. Bandyopadhyay sir, yes, you have given very nice points in the smart city. Roy sir, yes, I liked some of your slides in which really the things were being told as they are in the original form. And finally, my topic is smart versus intelligent city, because we are in a country where we are still trying to get electricity in the villages, and then we talk about providing the sensors to the cities for high mobility or high transport areas. So there is a debatable question whether we should go for smart first, or we should be intelligent first, or we should be wise. Because Joy sir, as I have read Joy sir's paper, and he has also used this word wise. There are many things. So let us start without wasting time. What exactly the things go on? So smart versus intelligent city and the sustainable issues. Everyone knows that what is a smart city, what we are targeting at. But the question is what we should target at. Are we only copying the areas which are being in the Western world, or really in Indian sense we need a smart city, or we need only that called as the roti, kapda, makan and naukri nowadays? So first of all, and basic difference, what is intelligent? A person who is intelligent can learn new things very effectively, fast, because he or she is good at understanding it. But what is smart? Even if I am having a less intelligent mind, but if I can use that limited mind of mine effectively and practically in my day-to-day context, I think I can beat the intelligent person. So here starts the comparison between the intelligent and the smart city. If India is having less resources, can I go for a more smart solution rather being the intelligent solution? And can I bring something new for my own country or for my own people? Like you are seeing from all the slides, the same slide I have also used. Smart city will be having high-tech industries, very high-tech security system, very high-tech retail systems in which you will be having the on-door facilities, which were very much useful in the COVID indeed. But up to some extent, we have stopped walking and we just order the food at home. Healthcare, yes, it has worked in a very nicely way in the healthcare department. Energy efficient things, I will be only talking about the sustainable issues regarding the energy efficient things in a smart city or in a smart building. So are we going for the more smart city, or we are going for a more intelligent city? Because if I'm providing one car for one family or 2 cars for one family, I need 4 cities for my limited population, for my population of a city. So this takes the question of being smart or intelligent. Plus, there is an added feature. Now we are being rated for our smartness. First, there was nothing like you will be rated for your smartness. A smart was smart or an intelligent was intelligent. For many people, Amitabh Bachchan may be smart. For other people, Abdul Kalam sir is smart. So again, How to rate smartness? So we have already seen that Canada with 1 million people, if it uses its budget, its planning, its coordination, its stakeholders, and all the infrastructure, governmental issues or policies, you get some marks for that population which you have served smartly. So Vienna is having 74 score by the Smart City Index. London got 73 and Canada got 72. I don't know at what place India will stand, but if we are in the competition, then only. If we are not in the competition, then we'll have to do something else. But already the competition has started. So when competition starts, everybody has to participate, irrespective of the things being balanced or not. So the developed countries, I am speaking about the developed countries, they are having the E-driven cities, compact, pollution-free, industry-oriented, a very high living standard, but an affordable cost. Here comes the main gist of the story. It is in the affordable cost. Rainwater harvesting, 5-star appliances, solar panels, low emissivity windows, paints, etc. Smart houses, if it is a lead or if it is IGBC or if it is the ghar, they have the smart houses having all the things as per the codes. They have all connected fiber optical cables and the sensors, IoT, artificial intelligence, CCTV, phaser measurement units, etc. What I felt is everybody is talking about only the last part, that is the sensors, IoT, artificial intelligence, CCTV, phaser, etc. Sorry. So we are dependent on the technology if we talk about the smart. Okay, just see the red area, that is the appliances. They started to increase from 2018. 2019, 2020, the appliances are increasing in our daily smart homes and daily smart cities day by day. If you see the comfort zone in the bottom purple color, you see the comfort has very less importance in the total graph shown. So comfort is, again, we want sleep, we want food, and we want shelter, and we want job. But appliances are taking more lead. And security and connectivity is another issue which is getting added to our houses. If I use my house only for 8 hours or 9 hours, still I need all the appliances in my house. I need appliances in my workplaces. Security is the major issue. And you can see the orange color. I have not marked it. I would request you to see the energy management is again a very small part in this business of smart growth. Why they are taking the competitions? Because they want you to compete. Then the competition will be held and there will be a business for this competition also. And this way, this market will grow and grow. The Indian smart home market is expected to have 6 billion by 2022, a twofold increase from 3 billion. And globally, it is expected to rise by 53.4 billion by the 2022. It is from the Economic Times. So question is, shall we start participating in this race of appliances, entertainment, security, or connectivity, or we should go for the comfort? So now you can see a very beautiful picture in the bottom. It is having this nuclear energy, biomass energy, carbon capture, all the Millennium Development Goals which the previous authors have mentioned. Everything is here. But we have to make this available to a very grand population. And what we do is we build the highways like the Seattle's 99 tunnel. We built the Jinjo Bridge in South Korea. You can see the mass scale of construction, because in the latest slide, I will be talking about this construction. The Toronto subway extension project, you can see how mass this construction is. And the thing which is very small for us, but a very big problem, is the Ottawa combined sewage storage tunnel. You can see how massive this construction is for sewage. And we are talking about being smart. So projects are using more sensors and more infrared or RFID or product tracking is being in demand nowadays. So there are three parts. One is smart housing. Every smart has more sensors, more appliances. Smart city, yes, more AI, more IoT, industries, production. Even if you go through the smart city guidelines, it will provide each and every basic facility of these things in your house. But maintenance part is still not discussed in these guidelines. What about the people who are begging on the road, and what about the people who are sleeping on the road? Nothing is mentioned as such in that. More GPS for air traffic, more pipelines, more electric lines, everything is now very smart, but the difference is in the population to be served and the resources available in your country. Am I if I'm not able to provide these types of sensors in my city, is that mean that I'm not smart? That again it will be a question, that what will be the future which you are predicting for your city if you don't have all these appliances? Is it necessary to be intelligent enough with all these appliances, or we can have some other solutions? So this will be again a question. Is everything going to be technologically driven? Yes or no, this answer has to be decided by you. If technology has to be rated, then let us start beating for the technology only. But here I quote Albert Einstein state that I fear that technology will surpass our human interactions and the world will have a generation of idiots. I will not use this word in my smart city comparison, that is smart, intelligent, or dash. But sometimes I do feel of using this word. Are we following blindly to the competition or the parameters found given in the competition, because we are still far behind to find the basic solution to our basic needs? So my tradition, like Indian tradition, was based on humanity and traditional values. Now we are in the middle. Neither we are traditional, neither we are following the total humanity. We are following science and we are following technology. Here comes the basic difference in the pillars of the civilization in the modern world, that my solutions need more technological answers. Why we do this, why we do this? They want answers and they want statistics for everything. They want marks for everything. But I don't think everything goes with the marks. You have to see humanity and traditional values above this civilization. So my house will be having all these things, but the Millennium Development Goals and the Sustainable Development Goals do say that we have to reduce, recycle, and reuse. If this is a small house and if I'm having all these appliances, if in 24 hours I'm not using all these appliances or hardly using these appliances, I don't think I'm smart enough. But I need TV in my house, though if I don't see it for 2 months, I need a radio, etc. I'm an architect, so I should go for my planning in the using the local materials, having the open spaces around my house, have the passive cooling techniques and the orientation. But nowadays I'm focusing more on the technological solutions. Even if the window is not giving my sunlight, I will say that I will put a LED light or a CFL light here. So I myself I'm moving towards a faster solution to my architectural values. Then less maintenance. Everyone wants that there is no human power, so we want less maintenance. Okay, so less maintenance is making again environment and energy go on the backside. Nobody is caring about what is exactly happening to the energy environment, which you will see in my next slides. This is how we need everything in our house. A TV, inverter, generator, everything, HVAC, even the smart city principle says that everything is there. And you can see the machinery installed, which is a purchased comfort. If you're watching a TV in your house and you're having all the sensors in your room, this is the purchased and the forced comfort but security which you have purchased and which you have forced the city or the smart city to provide you in your house. So I am now going towards the purchase comforts and devices. In this race, what happens that many times I use my substandard products because my budget is not that much above the expectation of the owner or the capacity. So temporary products or costly sustainable technology is avoided, and temporary products, substandard products are used in my house, which needs replacement or having new ones time to time. What is harm in doing all this? So there is a question in my mind. If I can ask that, okay, I'm using a substandard product, what is the harm in doing all this? Because I'm paying for it. So what is harm? Let us see. I have done 2-3 case studies to explain you what is the harm. First case study is about the environment. See, this is the environment. Everything we are bringing from the environment. What we return back to the environment. Once we have all the smart cities set in my map of India, what I'm giving back to the environment. So let us take a case study. This on the left side is a building in Dubai, which is having a commercial space as well as the hotel apartments. Okay. And this is the smart city area of Bhopal. What I've compared between two is the construction of this area and this area, because the total built up area is almost same. That is 1,16,000 square meters around. So construction is same, and this is a building having all the high features in Dubai. Total expected life of this building was 100 years, and smart city, I don't know what are the expected life given to it. Total cost of this building was 140 billion. And the previous slides, I heard the previous speakers, they say that it is more than 500 crores, 2000 crores. So at present, we don't know what is the price of the installation of the smart city. We have not talked about the maintenance of the smart city. My smart city, that is Bhopal smart city, will be having all these machineries which I have shown you: air conditioning, fire protection, medical gas, building management system, thermostats, air compressors, control panels, and the things which I have never heard in my life for using in a building. But the smart city will be having all this. I just took one service, that is the electrical service. The total construction, I took the estimate from different parts, and I calculated that the length of pipe for only electrical layout was 47 kilometers for one service. And in the back slide, you can see these are the major services, but there are another services. So 47 kilometers was the length of the pipe used for one service. Time needed to decompose this pipe will be 1,000 years. Now, number of sensors, electrical devices, which every speaker has talked about. I just took the case study to really incorporate and see what happens to the sustainable issues. Remember this figure for the last 2-3 for all the slides in the coming slides, because I will be asking this question. The total number of devices used in the building as per the estimate was 23,82,225 and more for each block. Time needed to decompose the batteries was only 100 years, and tinfoil, it never decomposes, it never biodegrades. So 23,82,000 sensors in my smart city blocks. What do I construct of this? What is a smart city constructed of? Okay, steel. Okay, concrete. There is a very small portion shown in the purple color in the legend, and I've shown in the uppermost part. It is called as the unknown material. This is taking entrance into the basic design principles of building construction, called as the unknown material. What is this unknown material? This unknown material is PVC, gypsum board, wools, foam, any other material which is nowadays used for the heat or cooling control or the beautification or the satisfaction or the comfort of the owner. So percentage of unknown material, if I compare in a building, 70 to 90% is the structural material like cement, concrete, brick. And in India, we have IS codes for this materials. So we get assured that yes, the cement is used is wise. The failure may be due to earthquake or dislocating or fire. But for the unknown materials, at present, not all materials are under the ECBC codes. Not all materials follow the codes, or if in fact they don't have codes at present. They just bring it and they just use it, and it is a trial and error method. And workmanship is also not mentioned for many of the products, that what should be the workmanship. The failure majorly is due to the heating and cooling. Now you can see the life of this unknown material is far more larger than the life of the other materials like concrete and brick. And even if it is a percentage of 15 to 20% of your electronic devices, are we reducing? Are we following the slogan of reduce, recycle, reuse? Because it is said by various papers that one electronic device is made up of 25 or different types of materials. And if you want to recycle it, we have to separate these products. You just throw your computers and your mobiles and your keyboards outside. What happens to this intelligent use of your electronic devices? This is the Fresno facility building a factory where the modern electronics devices are being separated, and you can see how much hard work it has been taken for the pile of circuit boards to be separated. We just feel that we have put down the computer or the old laptop in the e-waste, but it is a double or more times more than double hard work to recycle these products. What happens with this? We have technology in a house. So 20 to 15 million metric ton of e-waste is produced every year. Cell phones contain like gold and silver in them. Americans dump phones containing 60 million in every year, which is having a gold and silver. So hope we all can go to America and use these phones and bring them back and take the gold and silver out of it, if we can find of it. So technology is having the resource depletion in the same time. Only 12.5% e-waste is currently recycled in a developed country. And remember, India is still a developing country. Now, Internet of Things, if I just recycle 1 million laptops, I can give electricity to 3,600 people in US for 1 year, if recycled conditions apply. So I am having 1 million laptops. It's not a big deal for me because Bhopal is having a population of 35 lakhs. I can easily find such type of laptops. So I can give electricity to more than 3 times people in Bhopal, because we don't use electricity that much as compared to the developed countries. And what Internet of Things has proposed, that it is going to connect 50 billion smart things by 2020, that is now, and 1 trillion sensors soon after this. 1 billion sensors. Calculate the resource depletion for these types of sensors and computers being used, because one computer takes 530 lbs of fossil fuel, 45 lbs of chemical, and 1.5 ton of water, which is again a question mark for the Third World War, which will be expected to be happen or proposed to be happen. That water will be the reason for the Third World War. If one computer takes 1.5 ton of water, and if you're having 3 or 4 computers in your college, you are having so much ton of water in your. Second challenge, risk to structural strength. This is a building in which fire was broken out on 14 June 2017. It is located in London, and you can see it is called as the Grenfell Tower. Okay, it was burnt, no problem. Buildings do get burnt, but why it was burnt or why it caught fire and it caused 72 deaths? Because the old building was having a stone cladding, and the people were not happy with this look, and they wanted a smart look for the building. So this smart look cost them for 72 deaths and the price for this building. They converted this with a post refurb with a new cladding made up of PVC, and the building blew like a matchstick. People say that it was just like a matchstick, burning the whole building within 12 to 13 hours. And it was being first given a notice that yes, this building is not structurally safe because it was having some errors. What were the errors? That the new cladding and the old building was having an air gap, which acted like a stack effect for the fire which broke down, and it burned for 60 hours before being finally extinguished in London. So I won't talk about what will happen in India, but this is the price given for being more smart. And we are nowadays using that unknown material again and again for everything, starting from the plastic connectors which are coming for the beams, to the foams, to the plywoods, to the insulating materials. Without any guidelines, we are using these materials not only the exterior but interior parts of the building. This is my standard house, which is having everything set in it. This is the ideal smart room. It is having light control, HVAC, energy management, mobile operated. But now remember that figure, that is 23,82,000 sensors. And my question to you is, where do we place these sensors? In air, on ground, or in the structure of the building? So the answer will be structure of the building. You can see the column line there. 23 lakhs sensors are to be placed in this wall, in this roof, in this floor of your building. So you will be puncturing the structure 1 time, 2 time, 3 time, 100 times, 500 times, but 23 lakhs times your structure will be punctured. Does the civil engineer who has designed the structure knows that you will be puncturing his structure for 23,82,000 times? Hardly he will know that how many systems you are going to add to it. And then you come to the structural safety, that is the part of the building may collapse anytime because of the number of punctures increased in the civil things. Third challenge, we always talk about the global warming. So let us see what happens when you use all these materials. If I take a concrete, and as per the study, it is said that 65 million BTU, BTU is the British thermal unit, which is 105 joules, is emitted by concrete. 1.2 billion BTU is emitted by concrete outside. 3.67 billion BTU is emitted by polycarbonate, which is a very famous material nowadays because it is easily available and very cheap. 2 billion BTU from the plywood, and so on. So total, I stopped the calculations because I'm not a researcher on these types of things. So I stopped the calculation. I very much got confused whether my calculations are going wrong, because the Fahrenheit or the Celsius which was coming, it was out of my mind. So I approached one of the researchers in UK and I told that I am calculating this, but I think I have done some mistake. So he said, no, you are right, because every building, every sensor is emitting gas and heat and thermal rays. And so you can see the graph provided that the buildings emit heat in such a way, not only the buildings, but yes, the construction materials, bringing the construction material on your site, the replacement of the materials and the deconstruction process taking in the smart city project for the retrofittation cost 95% of the warming of your area. Look at the picture first, then we'll discuss what is written on the left side. You can see a number of ACs and windows there. This is a very common scene even in India and even in my Bhopal city in the commercial areas. This is the back side of the building having so many windows for these are the fans basically for the air conditioners. So I talked to the environmental or the doctors. They say that you need a fresh air, that is 550 liters of fresh air or oxygen per day. To get 550 liters of oxygen, I need 11,000 liters of fresh air. And for a human being, 19.5% oxygen is must. But since I've installed air conditioner in my building, I will close the window. And looking at the picture, if anyone can say that, yes, ma'am, 11,000 liter of air is being provided to all these air conditioners, I will ask him to really do a study on the smart cities. What is the problem is that low oxygen creates drowsiness, and the cancer cells don't need oxygen as per the research. So why we get cancer even if we are not smoking? The answer is somewhere here. What shall we do? Either we should select the smart, that is on the smart side, intelligent thing, or the smart thing. It is a very good picture in which you can see the old building is very nice, but it was again demolished and a new smart building was being replaced. So I compared these two buildings, and what I found is very funny. Sometimes I wonder why I'm showing this slide to you. So if my old building was being reused by some changes using the best architect or the wise architect, I would have required only 50,000 bags of cement. But I made a new building, so I used 722,000 bags of cement. 50,000 cubic feet of sand was enough for me, but I used 25,89,000 cubic feet of sand. Same with aggregate, same with bricks. There is a very vast change in the use of bricks. 12,56,000 bricks if I use the old material, but if I use a totally new building, 6 crore 38 lakh bricks are being used for the new construction. And same goes with the steel. So what I'm doing is I'm taking my intelligence and converting it to the smartness, but I'm becoming an idiot. So if I use this old construction materials, I can save not only 50% of the total requirement of a new material, but also 75% of the waste which was going on somewhere dumped in the so the total ton of waste was something this. I don't know how to spell it and how much in quantity it will look on the world map and where it will be done. So question, whether we would like a soldier building or we need a hero building. So this is a questionable thing, and the answer may be within you only, that we can use this old material We can use our own technologies. We can reuse, we can recycle, so that new technique plus my old experience can bring you a really smart city which you need, not to compete but to live in. Then the virtual water, I told computer was taking 1.2 tons of one computer. Same happens with cement, bricks, aluminum. The cement factories use a very high quantity of cement water for the construction of materials, manufacturing of the materials. So this virtual water is never being considered at present by us. And what happens that whatever slides we have seen till now, all this material in your life, if you are living for 100 years, you will put this vast infrastructure in the ground and you will forget about it. Nobody is going to say that before dying I will go to that site and bring all these things out, I will bring that metro out, or I will bring that pipe out. If you are having this kind of constructions in your basement or in the ground, you will never bring it out. And hence every smart city will go on laying one on the other, one on the other, these basic things which are providing the basic facilities to you for winning the competitions. What happens, the building life is 100 years, but everyone knows that after 10 to 15 years your building starts demanding maintenance. And yes, what do when you have to maintain your building? You just go to the market, bring the new appliance and replace the old appliances with the new one. This is again a tragedy which is stopping us from assuming what will be the maintenance of your smart city. So when calculated everything, I just calculated everything from first slide to last slide, 3 times, 4 times, 5 times, and the total time required for the total construction which I talked about was 8,000 years. Even the pyramid of Giza will suicide if I say that my pipes and my batteries will be staying for 8,000 years and your life is still less than this smart construction which we are going upon. This is how we go for it. And challenge number 6 is only for the Indian contest. This is the last one. We are replacing the man with the machine because we want to compete. We want to get marks. And Albert Hubert had said that one machine can work for 50 ordinary men, but one extraordinary man can replace number of machines. So we are not saying who is extraordinary or who is what, but we are replacing and we are creating unemployment in our cities. Though many of the people are still sleeping on the road, but we are replacing the man with the machines. And after COVID, the employment rate in India has gone so high that we need to replace machines. If I replace only 50 machines in one of my colonies, I can generate employment for 2,500 people. I need to think whether I want to choose humanity, or I want to use my technology, or I want to only get marks in the smart city contest. So to conclude, we are intelligent enough. We call ourselves intelligent, but we don't know that we are sitting in a concrete oven, hitting ourselves by our own facilities, then talking about the global warming in the air-conditioned areas, ignoring the traditional and factual knowledge, more and more depending on the machines than the humans, and unaware of our own potentials. We don't know what is the potential lying within each and every human being. What is the solution? There are solutions that renewable but decomposable materials can be used. Like IIT Madras, this is the example of the gypsum board made by the IIT Madras from the recycled waste of a factory, which again has the capability to decompose into the soil. It is 4 times stronger than the normal bricks. Then ancient science knowledge of India and other world is more appropriate still, because they use the climate responsive architecture. So these are things which we can learn from the local materials, from the city planning of our ancient times, limiting our basic things to an extent so that we don't need to compete. Local climatic solutions, passive cooling techniques, wise, which everyone has said that smartness is not effectively using the technology or multiply using the technology. It is the wise use of technology. To balance the development, you need to have effective measures on the people, not on the machines. Technology should be environment friendly, environmentally sensitive, human centric, not equipment centric. I cannot be smart if I'm having all the sensors on my body and I'm moving around in the world. Recyclable has to do with the product's ability to be recycled and again reused and again reused and again reused, not only changing it. Building safety and resource management in this era where the resources are very few is the prime factor, which I think should be the prime factor for deciding to be smart, intelligent, or the third word which I will never use here. But the third word definitely comes to my mind when I see people just copying the another world for having these types of things. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Your lecture is very much thought-provoking, and it's quite what I can say that it is quite controversial also, because today we are whenever we hear about the smart city, we just go about the technology.
Yes.
We are running thoughtlessly behind the technology, and we think that only efficiency comes from the use of technology only. If I can use technology, then only I'm smart enough. But it is not what you have said, and it's very one of the most, and the presentation is so good. So the presentation is also very smart. What I find.
Thank you, sir.
If there is now, I am asking for it's open for discussion. If anybody has any kind of question on this lecture, particular lecture, so they can ask. And one thing I want to just declare. One thing I want to declare that one feedback form will be circulated after this webinar, and all the participants are requested to fill up the feedback form to get this respective certificates. So now this panel is open for discussion. So if anybody has any question for any of our presentation, any of the previous presentations also, now we will conduct the question answer session, and all the participants now they can feel free to ask the questions. Feel free to ask the questions. Now
I would like to announce one thing, that Professor Joe Ravitz from University of Manchester, he will join exactly at 7:30. So within that period, we have done do some panel discussion along with the one of our technical part knowledge partner, Professor Dr. Hatem Slimin from Tunisia has joined. So after that, we will go to him. So before that, this platform is for final discussion. Okay, Suprati, you will continue.
Hello. Hello.
yes.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Should I present my lecture right now, or still time?
I think, sir, you may then after that, after your lecture, we can start your panel discussion session or discussion part. Thank you.
So you mean I can start right now my lecture,
Yes,
right?
yes, yes. You may.
Yes,
Then
sir,
after that, we can start our panel discussion. You may start, sir.
Okay. Because I thought it's like after a few minutes. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay, sir.
So I'm trying to share my screen. Excuse me, I have some technical issue right here. So just I'm trying to, first of all, I would like to thank all of you for these excellent lectures. So I start by present myself till I found solution for my sharing screen right now here from here. So as technical partner from Tunisia, so I will not share really
We are requesting all the participants, please mute your audio so that let the speaker.
Okay, so I'm not sure that it will work, the sharing of my screen. So maybe I will use only the voice on the video.
Okay, so you are perfectly audible. You just can continue. You just continue.
It's yeah, okay, it's okay. So I'm here right now. It's big green here for that reason. It's caused some problem. Okay, so hello everybody one more time. So I would like to start by thank our partners from India and from all over the world. So we just start our partnership since 1 month ago, and I think it's one of big and great subjects that we can talk about. So in my opinion, the first question that should be asked: can we transform a classic city to a smart city? So this is the most important thing that to ask, because some of new cities are ready to be considered as smart city from the beginning. The infrastructure, so the building, the pipes, everything is ready. But the question here: can we transform an existing already city to a smart city? And in the same time, so these questions mean us: is it convenient to talk about smart cities when some of them still even not connected? So some of smart cities still not connected right now. Is it convenient to talk about smart cities? I'm trying to share about my my presentation here without the presentation. I'm so sorry about this technical problem. Some of cities. So I select one photo here. I'm just waiting for the internet on my laptop in order to share the screen. So I select a very crowded and very busy photo of one city, and maybe this is like a big question comes from there. What is, can we define strictly with the strict way what is the smart city? What we can call a smart city here? So is it talking about smart houses? Is it talking about smart service and administration? Is it talking about smart roads or smart ways? Or even we can talk about smart energy. All of this can be considered like smart parts in the smart city. But the main question here: do we need it really, or we just impose it by the technological revolution? Do we need really the technological the smartness of this city as a need for us, or just we are following the technological speed in different way? For example, we can compare the smart education with the classical one. Is it always the smart one is better than the classical way? I'm trying here not to give answers. I'm not trying here to give a lot of data, because all speakers before me did this perfectly. So they were really very excellent in that. But I'm trying to ask a classical question coming from people, from different people, because I'm working basically on collecting data from people, from normal people, not from advanced one on their fields. Many people see, and educators, let me say, they are voting for classical classroom with smart way, not with smart tools, because they are trusting always until nowadays the classical way in their classroom. Like they want to use always the board, they want to use always pens and some very very basic tools in education. For them is much more better to give the right information. So compared to this subject, it's a big question. Do we need smart roads? Do we need smart cars? Do we need smart everything? So till right now we are asking, is it possible to transform a city classic one to one smart one? Is it really efficient to work on this? And then the answer comes. It seems like this is the good answer. We must select and arrange our priority according to our needs and the situation, and available technology, funds, capacity, technology, aptitude on their based on this technology. So, for example, using smart payment is something very, very important. It can be considered like part of smart city. Smart delivery, smart diagnostic for some problem of building or some problem of problems related with nature, for example. Collecting data from different places, from different situations. So those are things that not dependent on the infrastructure of any city, that depends on our idea and our decision to make transformation to the smart part of our life. Everything seems goes around the IT ecosystem. So I think that cities, old cities or not, or classical cities should start by be connected on their data firstly, and in order to collect a lot of data in order to make our life easy. The last thing that we want to ask about is using technology and smart system. Is it eco-friendly really? Is it the best solution for our life? It's not in the absolute way, but it is relative on our situation. Finally, I want to mention that big data and analysis are really connected with the smart cities, independently of building and independently of a lot of money to invest in roads and building. So in my way, in my vision as engineer in big data and in connected system, we see that we have to start with apply things to make our life easier, waiting to build a new city from the beginning if we need them. Thank you so much, and I'm really very, very sorry about this technical problem with the internet. I'm not able to share my screen here, so I will send the whole of the presentation to Dr. Roy, and I would like to say thank you so much for the organization SAIARD for their partnership, and thank you for all speakers. You were really in a very high level. Thank you so much, and greeting from Tunisia.
Thank you, sir. It's all our pleasure to have you with us. And we would like to thank you that you kindly shared your views on the topic of Smart City Enclave 2020. We are very much delighted and we are thankful to you very much and for your kind cooperation with us. So it's absolutely our pleasure. And in future, we would like to have your presentation also. Definitely, we look forward to it. So, now I would request to all the participants that if you have any question to all the presentations, on the basis of all the presentations, you can ask. Now the panel is open for discussion. And first of all, I would like to start. There is a question from Professor Shashikant Kumar to Professor Shovik Roy, that lack of capacity, legal hurdles, and poor community participation make smartness of city backwards. How do you expect people to give consent? So this is a question to Professor Shovik Roy from Professor Shashikant. So if you kindly answer this question.
Can you just repeat the question?
Yes, sir, definitely. Yes, sir.
69% से भी ना.
So I'm repeating the question. Lack of capacity, legal hurdles, and poor community participation makes smartness of city backwards. How do you expect people to give consent?
Yeah. So actually, this most of these smart city consultations are happening on digital platform. Okay, digital platform and through smartphone or through the some online competitions and like that. So probably that's and in our cities, even in big cities, there is a very limited penetration of smartphones and internet, particularly in the majority section of the population. So that is one of the limiting factor, that these are like, there is the city visioning competition and all these are done through online mode. So that probably is one of the weakness of the smart city program. And even the marking is given on how much these participation happened online. So as if the end product is online participation, but end product should have been how many people participated, how many percentage of city population participated. So in fact, here in many of these projects, as I told, that this has become a bunch of projects, first of all. Second is, many of the projects, the end product is the use of technology, but use of technology can be, just as Professor Bandyopadhyay has also mentioned, that this is only a means to achieve a desirable outcome. So use of technology cannot be an end in itself. So that's probably one of the things which has to be looked into, and that has happened in many of the European smart cities. They are in different, quite slightly different in a sense, that they have considered technology as a means to achieve a higher level of participation. That probably has a lot to do in our context also. And the training and capacity building is not a major component. In fact, there is an issue of convergence, and we have various other missions which are there, like the Urban Livelihood Mission and many other missions, Digital India Mission. But though it talks about all the missions talk about convergence, but there is hardly much of convergence. Every mission is moving on its own. So I feel that these two things need to be really improved upon to finally this participation to happen, and capacity building has to happen. Otherwise, this will remain as an individual project or individual mission, and this would not make a impact on the larger society, what is being talked about.
Thank you, Dr. Roy, and I would like to come to Sheetal ma'am. Ma'am, you know that there is a concept of governance related to the urban area, urban sectors. So we know about the two terms, that is the good governance and bad governance. So in case of urban city planning, smart city planning, how would be the government natures? How should be the government nature of government, and whether they would change their attitude, they will change their thinking, activities, everything. That is, we know about the concept of e-governance. So, but in case of application, most of the cases, the concept of e-governance is related to sometime which is not included e. We have to exclude e. So, what should be the nature of governments in case of smart city? What should be their attire, and how their movement should be to make a city smart?
First of all, like everyone has said, that India is having a very different. Every city, every person is different in this country. So, if you talk about the government should know the basic necessities of the people. It doesn't mean that if Indian person is not having a smartphone, that he or she is not able to take the education, or he or she is not able to go for these things. So right from the basic things, like if you have electricity in your house, then how will you be compared to the person who is staying in UK? You at present have to justify your needs. Based upon those needs, the policies should be formed. What happens, the policies are formed by copying the Western countries, and they are trying to be implemented. Like for example, the smart city survey for Swachh Bharat, it is taken on mobile app many times. Hardly there is visit, or even if there is visit, it is only for 2 or 3 places in my city. So there comes the question that hardly the people knows that the survey was done and the ranking was done and how the city has got the rank. There is a very much lacuna in having imposing the policies at the ground level. The policies say something else and the ground reality is something different. We have to monitor at each and every part of that whole system, from up to down and from down to up also.
Yes. Thank you, ma'am. And in case of monitoring, it's a very important part we were talking about. So whether the monitoring completely through technical mode, or what should be the nature of monitoring also? Because there government taken lots of actions, so but in case of monitoring system, and particularly I would like to know, what do you mean by monitoring? What kind of monitoring?
Like now I can take an example. Since we have seen the COVID phase, many universities and many schools have taken the online exams. I am very much sure 100% of the student is happy with the online exam, whether teachers
Yes.
or not.
Yes.
If you know the answer, then you will know the answer. What is the answer to what is monitoring? Because I could not monitor my student what he or she is doing at home in the online exam. Same is happening with the government. It is a very simple thing that the government is taking everything maybe on the online offline mode, but still like I am a teacher, I'm not happy that the online exams had been taken and the students have seen everything from the book. They have just done the formality, and here comes the monitoring is nowadays just a formality. What should be followed by monitoring is, once you get monitored and the things are not good, you have to edit the things in the satisfactory way. But the only monitoring is done, you pass, you fail, and the tag is given that this is smart and this is not smart.
Right. So thank you, ma'am. And now I'm come to Dr. Roy. Sir, regarding smart city, our concern in environmental perspective, what should be our concern in regarding the environmental perspective, as that continuous degradation of environment, we know that is related to the urbanization. This is the phrase we are continuously hearing. But how we can protect environmental sustainability along with the smart city development?
Yeah. So, as I told, the problem is many of the smart city development projects, or even otherwise also, there is too much emphasis on land monetization, as I've told. Even if it was happening before the area-based developments for last. In fact, this is an outcome of consumerist globalization thing where as if the shopping malls and all world-class facilities, we want to first world on our cities. We want to make all our cities first world cities. But we do not have the means and ways and means to make it because the income level is quite low. Average income is quite low compared to others, and we have issues like the land is not available to majority of the city residents. We have huge amount of informal sector population, street vendors and all. So the problem is twofold. One is this is the kind of development which is happening through land monetization that is dispossessing on one hand the marginalized population, making them further marginalized from the city core and the city facilities, like a lot of evictions and other thing happening through fast track projects and all. The second is many of the beautification projects, what we have seen, like river beautification, both Sabarmati and many others. What we have seen, there is huge amount of concreting happened in many of these riverfront and this kind of projects. So without really looking into the role of the river and open spaces, that's why I told that in the smart cities, there is hardly any emphasis on urban commons, the public spaces and the natural areas within the city, like urban forestry and other places, because many of our cities, the small and medium cities, also have agricultural land. And there is no control, as if we taken it for granted that all this agricultural land should be converted to urban, as the mainstream urban, like concrete, hard paving and all. And everything, as if anything is converted to brick and mortar, is called an urban. So we have a completely brick and mortar kind of approach to city development. And that is being further accentuated through technology driven retrofitting and all in the smart cities. So in the smart, it is more like what it looks smart rather than what is actually in smart in terms of its activities, in terms of its process. So something we can call only smart if it is contextualized and if it is satisfying the needs. So smart city, what it is doing, it is a kind of leapfrogging. And as Dr. Sharma has said, that we are just copying from Western models without really understanding their social reality or their industrial level of industrial development. So in Europe, the penetration of smartphones is, or the digital penetration is much higher than Indian cities. So how we can use the same kind of approach here? But this is what is also different in the European context, that because of industrialization, they are more aware about the need for urban commons or green areas in terms of climate regulation and other things. Even after that, there are problems happening there, but we are yet to learn from the failures of the West. We are just copying the models from the West without understanding that what they have learned from their failures also. So we're copying that model, and in the process, we are completely changing our natural green areas or even the agricultural areas or forest in our urban centers, converting it to a shopping center or other kinds of consumption areas rather than the natural areas. So you have to have a complete reorientation of the approach to the urban commons, open space, water bodies, canals, ponds, and all this, which probably in smart cities, as far as I could see, neither smart city nor any other missions has really emphasized upon.
Sir, during the expansion of metro railway stations, east-west metro railway stations, we found that there are lots of vegetation covers have removed from the Eastern Metropolitan Bypass area. Yeah. So for the expansion of metro and the expansion of road, etc. So sometimes the planning is like that. Whenever the road has extended, so the traffic is become so fast, it's okay. But during that time, the rate of accidents can be huge. Even in case of the degradation of the plantation or the extension of road or the construction of metro. So how we can relate this, that we are going to smart converting our environmental value?
Yeah, actually, our whole emphasis is on whether it is smart city or any of the missions. Our focus is more on the speed,
Yeah.
speed and the level of consumption. So we are actually measuring progress to these two things. That's the measurement of speed, how our speed has increased, and our level of consumption. But really, how resilient our cities is. There are now benchmarks and livability index and other things are coming out up because of the problems. Like, see, you have seen that most of our big cities are facing water scarcity in the summer and flooding in the monsoon. So both type of water stress, in one time water scarcity, another time it is a surface runoff. Both have happened because we neglected completely our natural areas, as I told, as urban commons. So probably we have to reorient our entire development paradigm so that our nature within the city is protected as minimum as possible, whatever is available, because many of these natural areas are being already encroached upon for the thing what you have said, that metro corridor. Like you can see that both in Chennai and also in Calcutta, the metro rail, the corridors is even the metro the upper level metro flyover metro line is run through the water channel, or the Adi Ganga in West Bengal, in Calcutta. So which was probably one of the major tributary for the surface water runoff and drainage of the city, and that has become almost like a sewage sphere, just a narrow sphere which is completely degraded, which is no longer vibrant, which is no longer living. So that's the problem what we are facing, that as if we see that all these natural elements as backyard of our cities. So all our cities, all these natural, the water channels, the ponds, lakes, they have almost like a backyard of our cities, not really the face of our cities, around which all our communities were organized, their social life were organized. So that is what we have to bring back, that the backyard which have because of after 1990s all kinds of new urbanization what happened. So that's the problem. So probably we have to bring back that backyards to the mainstream of our city.
Yes, sir. I'm agree with you. And right now I'm come to Mahala, ma'am. Ma'am, are you here?
Yes.
Professor Mola. Okay, ma'am.
Yes.
Ma'am, you are talking about ULB, urban local bodies. So the enhancement of the capabilities of urban local bodies is very important.
Exactly.
So what should be the possible measure? Because you know that I am working along with several municipalities during my MSc dissertation work, and I found that there are lacks of proper data regarding any urban related issues. I found there are lacks of data. So even in the KMD also. So even I can find the incapabilities of these persons who belongs in the urban local bodies or municipalities, corporations, etc. several times. So how do you feel that we can enhance their capabilities, and through which mode, please?
Firstly, even within ULBs, there is vertical dissimilarity. One cannot compare Kolkata with say Gangarampur. That is a big problem. Then the second thing is that if you think about for capability, own resource generation, we are in a loss, at a loss. We still talk about, as I was saying, we still talk about property tax, which is absolutely inelastic resource. And there is also problem of estimation and collection as far as this property tax is concerned. Now, bigger cities, once upon a time, they relied only on octroi and income tax type of thing. GST has done away with that. And actually the enhancing capacity for these ULPs is really, really limited. So one of my students who is going to submit his doctoral dissertation worked on 4 small municipalities compared to small and to to KMA and to non-KMA municipalities. And he found that even if these non-KMA municipalities are very near to Kolkata, they have hardly any resource so that they can generate their own resource at least to a what should I say, যে একটা ভদ্রসম্মত বাংলায় যাকে বলা হয় আর কি, যে so they are helplessly dependent on government grant, and most of it is spent on wages and salaries. So we are really have to be innovative if we are serious about enhancing the capability of municipalities. And what is true for West Bengal is also true for most of the ULBs of the country, especially the smaller ULBs. The property tax won't do. We have to think more seriously on the other resources, other type of generating things. I am against this land thing. I am extremely against this land thing, because land once used is gone forever. Gone forever, and this is in a way we are giving rise to another rentier class if we depend too much on land. We have to be very innovative. And that can only be done if the economic activities in this in the ULBs can be enhanced. And so things like trade license and others have to be done. And that brings us to the more important point, that formalize the informal economy, formalize the bring the unorganized sector under a more formal setup, so they can generate a base for resource generating. We always say that 90% of our population works in the informal sector. The urban of the total urban income, about 80% is from the informal sector. But we do not make any attempt to formalize this informal sector so that they can become a resource generating thing, resource generating platform. Yes. That is my only suggestion as an economist. I don't find any other option.
Thank you, Maru. So thank you. And now we are going for our next special valedictory lecture by Professor Joe Ravitch from University of Manchester. And for this, I will go Dr. Supratim. Please go ahead.
Now we will move the final lecture of today's webinar. Professor Joe Ravitch will deliver his lecture. He is a leader on future-proof cities for the Manchester Urban Institute. He has worked on sustainable cities, climate, environmental policies, economic development, and urban foresight systems analysis as co-director for the Center for Urban Resilience. From this came the synergistics method for collective urban intelligence and the mapping and design of the transformative pathways. He is author of City Region 2020, Environment and City, and the new Deeper City Collective Intelligence and the Pathways from Smart to Wise. He has advised policy for United Nations Industrial Development Organization, UN Habitat, Parliament, UK government agencies, and he is the principal of SAMI Consulting. He is also an advocate and practitioner of creative visual thinking, InfoSight, and similar methods for transformative potential. Today, he is going to deliver his lecture, which is entitled Smart to Wise 3.0, the continuing rivalry of smart technocities versus wiser socio-citizens, or how to blend online with on-site. Now, I would like to request Professor Ravitch just to kindly give his lecture. The platform is yours, sir.
Thank you so much. I apologize for being late into the scene. I was running a futures workshop full day, which was quite busy. And it's a very great pleasure to be here, and in particular to meet again, people who I last met in 2018. So let the great conversation continue. Now, my problem is there is always too much to say and too little time. But we try to make things, not only, full of information, but also fun, and to tell a little story, and so on and so on. So I trust you can see my screen here. And let's see what's inside. Well, these are my clients. These are the objectives. I have 4 main sections in this presentation, which should really take 25 minutes, something like that, to allow time for discussion. And from what I heard just now, the discussion is of a very high level. So I hope I can answer questions as they come up. Yes, these are my clients from the street in Jaipur, actually. Well, we're talking about smart cities. This is one implication of smart cities. A lot of people will be out of jobs, maybe. Or maybe they will have to find new kinds of jobs with new skills. But have they got the resources to do that? Well, no, not yet. And here you see a robot who is programmed to deal with these humans, in a way which leaves no room for doubt. Let's put it like that. So that is one piece of context. And then I refer to my own consultancy, which produces these futures cards. And we have to look at things which are smart on the right and unsmart on the left. And despite our best intentions, the two things seem to be quite connected. And here you see at the lower left, a building which burnt down in London 3 years ago. It killed 73 people. And why was the reason? Well, because there were smart systems coming in to the building regulation system, which replaced the humans. And it seems these systems were easily manipulated. So the building was built, 100 odd people lived there. It was unsafe in a fire, so people died. And so then we can say, okay, what are these unsmart effects? Well, it's a long list, sorry, where we could spend the whole evening now debating this list, but we can say, yeah, wherever there is a technology system, it is only as good as the people who designed it, the people who use it, the system in which it exists. I think these themes have been covered already in your session, so I'll not dwell on them too much, but just to say, okay, we've done many studies, which in this case, as you see here, here is a smart platform, and people now talk about the platform economy. People now, you can work in a call center, but you're not physically in Bangalore, you could be anywhere in Asia. But, it's smart, so it's a platform. And usually you have no employment rights, no conditions, no training, and so on and so on. So this is a platform which is very smart, but it is nobody's problem what happens to the workers. Next one, you have then workers who are being under surveillance. They're monitored 24 hours a day. And you can see on the left-hand side, the control room is monitoring the workers for all of their stress, pains, headaches, etc. Pretty tough on the workers. They have not only all the pains, but they're being monitored day in and day out. So again, well, we can draw cartoons, but the thing is to then say, okay, what can be done? So on that, well, we can start to talk about this thing called the collective human intelligence. And this, for example, in Manchester, some of you might know, we've been pioneers in digital smart systems since 1990, actually before. The world's first computer memory was invented here. But since 1990, we have pioneered the smart city. And in 30 years, we have more people who are hungry, homeless, depressed, unemployed, and insecure. So actually, the smart systems seem to be quite unsmart in their effects. Now, of course, nothing is ever simple. But we have to ask some hard questions. If AI is racing ahead to replace the humans in 50% of all jobs, what is the quality of life for that 50%? Is it possible to use the power of AI, artificial intelligence, to help build cities which are more sustainable and more equal? So we're all beginners in this, myself included, but this is my journey so far. Some of this journey was in India, for which I'm very, very grateful 2 years ago. First of all, just to have a little context. So, you know, I have links with McKinsey Global, and they do a very good study called Digital India. You can get it on the net anytime for free. And this looks at some, you know, overall perspectives about, you know, technology, number of smartphones, number of internet users, number of cashless transactions. As you can see, all the graphs are heading up and up very, very rapidly. And then they look at the potential to double in size for all of these different sectors: financial services, jobs and skills, agriculture, it's a big one, education, well, that's kind of obvious, logistics. Then it gets into more city themed, logistics, retail, health, and so on and so on. So this is like a scoping. Now, the smart city is maybe a subset of the digital nation. So to talk about the digital nation, well, that would take more than 20 minutes, but you know, this is a very, very quick overview. And this is India in global terms, the world's largest unique digital identity program. Great. And just behind China in the number of internet subscribers and so on and so on. So clearly there's a massive transformation in motion. Just in the last 10 years, you can see the price of data on this file, this picture has gone from, you know, 50% of the monthly median salary to, you know, very small amounts for a gigabyte of data. And here's your data quantity per connection, and so on and so on. So, well, this is all background. Then we get to a view of a very topical sector, one which is part of the city agenda, but it's also, you know, has its own theme, its own institution, and so on. So this is healthcare in the future. How can smart systems help? And again, it could be a long story. You know, you have your telemedicine, you have your back office, you have your test results, you have insurance, and the pharma companies, and patient records, and wellness, and so on and so on and so on. So the point is here, this looks fine. What could possibly go wrong? And then we say, oh, let's just look at our smart, unsmart lens. And this comes from my book, by the way, which I'll mention at the end. And we say, okay, on the left, we have a patient as an object. And here's a little picture of the patient as an object. And you have big pharma companies, corporates, international, global corporates, just waiting in the background. They're just waiting to sell you medicine at the maximum possible price. So the doctor will see you if you have a headache or anxiety or something, and the doctor will give you some Prozac or something like this, because the system is all about throughput. And the big technology, the smart technology, simply increases the efficiency of that throughput. Patients are objects to be medicated. And then if you look on the right-hand side, well, the client as a whole person. And of course, smart technology could help with wellness records and, you know, client support cycles and so on and so on. But actually, this is a human agenda. So we have to make really sure that the technology helps in that human agenda and does not just displace and push to the side in the interest of profit. Well, then we get a smart city comparison globally. And, you know, this is again a long story, but let's just say, yeah, in the Asia Pacific, several Indian cities are now on the map. This is great: Mumbai, Pune, Jaipur. And okay, they have some way to go, but yeah, the progress, the path appears, you know, like an open door from here. So again, if we zoom into the health agenda, okay, the human agenda is great, but if people are dying of, preventable disease, well, we have to get this right first. And here is 3 different city types. City 1 on the left is like a, developed country city, New York as the example. City 2 and 3 are other kinds of cities where you have high rates of infectious disease, high rates of infant mortality, and so on and so on. So the point is, yes, the smart city technology needs to be suited to the conditions and the development trends in that place. There is no one size fits all. So this is very important because, as you know, the smart city agenda is kind of a global thing, and you have, global consultants. I've worked with a few myself who, they parachute in and say, oh, here's our command and control solution. You sign your check here and it will be yours in up and running in a month. Okay, but we have to ask some hard questions. Is this really suitable? Is this the best way to spend our money? What are the side effects? And so on. So to test out some of these, well, we had a small project, Smartwise Cities in India. And I'm very pleased to say Professor Suvanik Roy was one of the team. Thank you, Suvanik. And I hope the experience was useful, certainly was for me and my colleagues. And okay, so, well, the main case study was in Bhubaneswar, which, as you know, I think it was number 2 in the 100 smart cities. And we also had a follow-up in Rajabhat, which was also very interesting. So this is a couple of results, and we looked at how could smart things help with the culture industry or the heritage enterprise. And of course, many things come up. But again, we are keen to not let the technology displace and get in the way of, the true value of heritage, which is not simply a commodity to be sold to tourists with maximum efficiency, and so on and so on. So that was one interesting thing. We looked at slum renewal and slum livelihood. And again, well, it's a long, long story. But again, the smart technology can help, but it also has maybe big side effects, which nobody yet has really been talking about in detail. Maybe people at this seminar have already, started on that track. So I need to catch up with all of your presentations. And then we say, okay, how do we actually start to understand this kind of thing systematically, not just, one-off bits here and there, but systematically. So I can then introduce, well, this is the method which we were using, which is one of the tools in the synergistic mapping toolbox. And this is very simple. It's where you track who is involved, who are the stakeholders. Let's start to track the relationships and the interactions, both human and then smart or technology enabled. And then we look to another view of the same system, which is not so much about the people, it's about the enterprise. How does this thing work? If there are taxi drivers out there and there are people over here, how do they communicate? What are the smart opportunities? Well, we all know Uber and so on, but then what are the impacts which result from each of those opportunities? And we all know now cities are fundamentally interconnected systems. You do one thing here, it has an effect. Maybe positive, maybe negative, or both on some people and not others. So if we're doing our job, we have to start tracking these things. So in the waste system, well, this was very interesting. We looked at in some detail at the waste system in Bhubaneswar with the NGO who was then running a large part of the urban waste management system. And we contrast a smart and unsmart system, which is all organized by the infrastructure provider around efficiency, productivity, take up and so on. And then we contrast to a smart wise waste system, which might start from the point of view, well, it would be so great if people produced less waste. and recycled more and managed their waste more responsibly. What would that take in terms of understanding, trust, commitment, some basic knowledge, let's say, interest in thinking about, oh, where does this waste come from? Where does it go to? And is this the plastic waste A or B? And so on and so on. I think since that time, some states have actually agreed on a zero plastic waste policy. How this works in practice? Well, I would be very keen to see in Tamil Nadu, for instance. But I can guess if the human conditions are not fully in place, then the policy is likely to have some problems and it may even fail completely. This is our experience from this country and Europe. So again, if we're talking about smart systems, we have to talk about smart or wise people. And again, to then get a little bit more analytic, we can talk about who is involved. It's the policymakers, the supply side, the demand side, the wider community, whoever they are. Let's talk about the smart thing and also the unsmart. And one very clear implication, for example, in Kolkata, this piece of information came from somewhere in Kolkata. There's 100,000 rag pickers. If we have these smart things, well, they may lose their livelihood. What happens then? Could they all train as IT workers? Well, that might take a little time. So we have to think these things through. And then, so maybe a smart, wise way forward is say, okay, let's integrate the rag pickers into a data-enabled circular materials management so they can be better at what they do and have better conditions. We are not putting them out of a job and onto the street straight away, but yeah, they have a place in the scheme. So this is a smart, wise example, a very small, specific example. And then, well, we can then say, okay, let's get a little bit more analytic. Okay, here is, this is coming from the consultants who set up the Bhubaneswar Smart City program some years ago now. And they also have a similar vision, which is to say, okay, we start with a city of individual bits and pieces. We start to connect these things between healthcare, transport, education, jobs, retail, land use, and so on and so on. But that's not the end of the story. Where this is then wanting to go is the responsible and resilient city of humans who are then technologically enabled. But this is mentioned in the smart city policy documents, but with no clear way to get to that. And if we talk to the policymakers, well, one example which I quote. So one day in Bhubaneswar, we meet with Honeywell, the contractors, global corporate installing the command and control room in Bhubaneswar, okay? And they're very proud of their crime 24-hour CCTV enabled smart crime and security tracking system. And they say, well, actually, yes, we now have enough analytics. We can read people's faces as they walk down the street. We know who the bad guys are likely to be and where they hang out. So really, we then tell the police, go and arrest those people before the crime. And of course, from a systems point of view, this is much more efficient, arrest the guys before the crime. What could possibly go wrong with that? And well, we asked a question to Honeywell, so are there not some ethical or social or political issues here? You're going arresting people, before they've done anything. And they said, oh, well, that's not our problem. You better go and talk to the politicians in the town hall. That's a political problem. Okay, so we go to the politicians the very next day in the town hall or in the Municipal Development Corporation office, I think. And we say, okay, so Honeywell are making the system. It's going to be, operational in just some weeks from now. What about the political and ethical problems? And they say, oh, no, we don't know anything about that. You better talk to Honeywell. In other words, these are problems which we had not imagined could exist. There is no way yet of dealing with them. And we are on the edge of a kind of, let's say, a very big hole of, technology surveillance and algorithms which are remote and inaccessible, which will then start to run people's lives. So behind the, very successful, livable shopping center you can see here, this is the architect's drawing of the center of Bhubaneswar. There may be a very dark story, but who knows how that is going to work out. So all the more reason to be analytic and use the best available that we can. Now, this is, sorry if it's a difficult looking table, but what we're trying to do, this is more an academic point of view, is to type different stages of industrial technology development with different stages of the smart city rollout. And well, it's a long story, but you get the idea from other slides. And this is where all this is then put together in analytic form, which then enables us to go back to the case studies and the sectors and applications and say, okay, I think we know where to go now. So where is all this leading? Well, I can say now it's leading towards concepts of collective intelligence. And well, some of you might already know, so I did this book with collective intelligence in the title. So it's very important to be clear about what this is. And here we can talk about a functional city. It's like a machine. Everything works to a plan. The machines do the work and so on. And what do we find? Oh, in human terms, it's a disaster. The dictatorship takes control. There is no way to get them out. The industry, it takes stuff, it makes stuff, and it dumps the pollution and so on. So it is not very good at solving human problems. It's very good at solving material problems. And this is, a stage of human urban development. So not to say it's all bad, but to say, yeah, we now know some of the ways forward. Now the smart city, as you can see, the thinking patterns here, they are more complex, more self-organizing, but they are fragile, they're innovative, but they are selfish and myopic. They easily, again, concentrate wealth and power into an elite who are now a little bit more, let's say, conscious of the human side. So they say, okay, let's have a democracy, but it will be a managed democracy. We will manage it. And somehow, and this is a UK story, we are supposed to be, democracy, democratic country and so on, but, the same elites get into power and they stay there and so on and so on. Long story for another time. So again, we have to look beyond and say, okay, so why is a city? How would it think? How would people learn and communicate and develop new ideas and develop collaboration between different parts of society? So it's not only about the city and what it is made of, it's about how people and organizations and sectors within the city and around it think and communicate and learn. So this is then a more practical definition of what is wise, what is the collective intelligence in this thing. And then we can track it to say, okay, let's look at cities, 3 different stages, from linear to evolutionary to co-evolutionary. We can look at economies in the same way. We can look at ecologies and environmental resources. We can look at technologies and how the technology learns, if it does, and particularly the political system, how to evolve from a dictatorship towards a collaborative governance system. Now, this is work in progress. Nobody has an answer to say, oh, just do it like this, everything will be fine. Humans are much too complex and interesting, I think, for that kind of thing to be an easy answer. But this, I can say with some confidence, is where we appear to be going. Now, how does this work on a smart system scale? Well, we can say, okay, let's look at our Uber taxi or something like this. It's very efficient, but what happens? Oh, it disrupts all the public services, the workers are exploited, it takes your data and uses it for purposes which you don't know anything about, and it pays the minimum amount of tax. Apart from that, it's fine. So, but you know, in this country we have Ubers everywhere, and suddenly the buses to low-income areas have gone out of business. Why is this? Oh, because the people who could pay for Ubers, they're now getting Ubers. Very efficient, nice for them. But the people who cannot afford an Uber, sorry, you know, you have to walk. So this is, you know, a very small example. So could we envisage an Uber system which is owned by workers and customers, maybe? It's integrated with public services and the buses. The profits are recirculated in that community, and so on. So, well, we can look to examples. The best one I know of at the moment is in Finland, called WIM Integrated Mobility. There's a few words on in my book. So then we kind of generalize and say, okay, you know, here is your typical smart consumer, stressed out, on the phone all the time, messages coming 15 per minute, and they want a taxi and a pizza and a beer and a movie and a date now, and it's all on one easy payment system. So what could possibly go wrong? Or is there an alternative? So we say, well, actually, the quality of life on the left is really not great. It's all about material gratification. Can we talk about food circles, social circles, circular economy, and so on and so on? Can we talk about the homeless people just outside the door of the supermarket? Because really they should be, you know, in our discussion. So these things go round and around. Now, slightly theoretical points, which maybe I'll do very quickly, but just to say we can get more analytic. Some of these ideas come from an Indian author. He's director of research at Tata Labs. I'm still waiting to meet him, actually. So I'm very grateful for some of the insights which came up through that, which is to say, okay, we use information theory, we use signal theory to throw more light on what we are trying to do here, which is to say, okay, old system, we had, you know, it was very inefficient. If you wanted a taxi, you would just wait on the side of a road and maybe one would come, or maybe not. The bus, well, nobody knew when the bus was coming. You just have to wait, you know. So now we have smart systems, Uber and real-time bus information. Great, fantastic. But as we saw, the problems with Uber, you know, are huge. There is no integration, they pay no tax, they exploit their workers, they give them nothing, and so on and so on. If the worker gets sick, that's tough, you know, you cannot earn, and so on. So then we build these up into a view of the city, which is like a giant machine, which, okay, if our city is a machine, that's fine, it could be very efficient, but actually a city is made of humans. So how do we factor these people in? So we start with the transaction view, we go to the factor and enterprise model, and then we go to the whole systems view. Now, this is a long story, which I can only just skip over, but then we can look for how systems learn, because if our technology system is basically fixing one problem at a time, well, this is the old, you know, signal control kind of paradigm. That's fine for simple problems. If the technology is wanting to solve more advanced problems, well, that could be fine. But then as we see, and these are some of the qualities which, you know, the intelligent web can now do. And well, just one example, Google Translate. I use it every other day. Fantastic. You can translate from Hindi or from Chinese into English, you know, just at the push of a button. So I'm very, very grateful to AI. But at the same time, we have to say, yeah, there are all these impacts, side effects, which we have to then understand before we can manage them. So then we talk about collective human artificial intelligence. We talk about co-learning of humans and machines. And this is a very big challenge for the humans. For the machines, well, we get enough, you know, experts, data scientists and so on the job. The answer will come out as it does every week. I see the bigger challenge now as being in the human dimension. And for this, we are really not very well equipped. considering the rapid acceleration of what happens on the machine side. So again, you know, the situation is urgent. And well, there is more, you know, on the applications for Ubers, Airbnb. This is, you know, then the next phase in that line of thinking. And then we scale up to say, okay, can we talk about the collective community intelligence? And this diagram, for example, was very popular about 10 years ago because suddenly city planners, they were being fired with, you know, smart city corporates and consultants, and they were giving them presentations of 100 slides with flowcharts, you know, and the city planners just said to me, oh, can you draw something that we can understand? Okay, I'll try. So here's something that, you know, they could understand and felt happier with on what we were trying to say could be this collective community intelligence. And then, well, then it turns out we have very few of the right words because the planners and policymakers were saying, oh, we want smart, inclusive, urban development. Well, that sounds nice. What does it mean? And as you can see, we can draw circles, smart, circle for inclusive, circle for urban development, and then look at the overlaps. And then it turns out in the overlaps, and we have some examples of what is going on, and then in the overlaps, we have these models. And it turns out we really don't have the right kind of words to reflect what is going on in the middle of this diagram, which is what we really want to know about. So if we say, oh, example number 3, we need a living lab prototyping, design thinking, Wikinomics, shared mind co-learning loop catalyst. This is a crazy set of words, but actually this is what we want. But by the time we define that, oh, the agenda has moved on and some, you know, clever hacker or hacktivist has invented something else. So this is very challenging, you know, it's a very fast moving situation. I'm sure in India as much as here. And then we get to the big one. This is Facebook. And okay, I'm on Facebook, but increasingly I'm aware, okay, my data is sucked up into some private place. Facebook is made of communities who not only do not understand each other, they seem to hate each other. And how much of the division and polarized conflict in this world is now being amplified by Facebook and similar platforms. And then we understand, oh, because the Facebook model and, you know, Google ads and, you know, Instagram and all the rest of them, they rely on sensation. They rely on people clicking through to the adverts. And to do that, they have to give space for people to amplify all the anger and all the conflict and all the intolerance of the world, because that is then sensational and people will click more. And so on and so on. Anyway, so the impossible challenge, and oh, here's a cartoon for some of those things. The impossible challenge which I set myself and anyone else who is interested is to say, oh, is there an alternative? How would we revise the algorithms in Facebook and Instagram and so on, and WeChat, etc., to be more inclusive, more peaceful, more understanding between different groups? And not just an abstract idea, but in all the different systems which now use Facebook as their primary platform. Well, it's a big, big agenda, which I can only just, you know, put on the table. And if anyone has great ideas, you know, let me know. Maybe we could work together. So, well, I think I'm out of time. Just to say, if we were designing cities and we used smart systems to do what planning seems to be good at, well, here we see a place where I used to live in London. Old houses full of poor people, and they're all being taken down to make way for a new CBD. And we have to say, oh, we could use smart systems to increase the efficiency of, you know, destroying the old houses and building the new CBD and so on and so on. In other words, the smart system is as good as the political choices which use it or pay for it. And of course, the paying for it is a very big problem here. And as we see, the building forms which come out of that process, they tend to be monofunctional, not responsive to humans, because actually they are machines for making money. This is not to criticize, many of my friends make money, but to say, we have also to think about another kind of process. And if we can use smart systems to help in this kind of process, well, this is a real contribution to the city of the future. And again, skipping the cartoon, we get more analytic and say, okay, here is our clever, smart or unsmart design and planning, mapping of stakeholders. Here is maybe a wise kind of mapping. And to get from one to the other, well, we need pathways. So if we can design our smart, wise systems to enable these pathways of livelihood, of institutional development, and of cognition and learning, and so on, then I think we have a chance. It's still a huge challenge, but I think we have a chance. So, well, next steps. Some of you may have heard of this pandemic thing. It's very popular in these parts of the world. This is, the future is an open question. What is the future of the pandemic? What is the future of society? Do we just bounce back, or do we go seriously into a lockdown city full of security guards? Or is there an alternative? What could that be? So we can use some of this smart to wise thinking to analyze what is going on with this pandemic and why so many solutions are failing in so many countries, including my own here in the UK. And then say, okay, is there an alternative? What would this wise pandemic be? So here you see some preliminary ideas. There's a paper coming up on this as soon as I can finish it. But again, to build in the humans to the technical systems, well, this is a huge challenge, but this is what we're here for. We did make recommendations to the Artificial Intelligence Now Institute and on the Collective Human Artificial Intelligence agenda. So I'll leave that, you can have a look later if you're interested in our preliminary ideas for how to regulate artificial intelligence. And well, there is a process for running these discussions. It looks like this, more or less. It has 4 stages. It's a very practical thing. I've been doing this for more or less 10 years now in different countries. It's different every time. There is no blueprint, but this is a rough idea of how to organize this kind of discussion in a systematic and constructive way. And then we need a place to do this, to have experiments, to talk about human potential, to build in policy and business and civic society, etc. So that is a visualization of how that can work. So that's really it for me. So thank you so much. I hope I didn't take too much time. Yeah, thanks, and let's discuss. So I'll stop there. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir,
Thank you for being there.
For this brilliant presentation, and we are very much enlightened to have this kind of insightful presentation. And now I would ask for the question. The presentation is open for discussion, and if anybody have some questions, please feel free to ask.
Or you can also put them in the chat, and then we can organize them through the chat if that is a good idea.
Yes.
Yeah, Joe, this is Shaubanik.
Hi, Shaubanik. Hi.
Yeah,
hi.
how are you?
Yeah, good,
yeah.
good. Yeah, nice
so,
to see you.
yeah, nice to see you. This is really a good to see you here with the lot of progress on what we shared. I think how many years back? It's 2 years now.
2.5 years. Yeah.
2 years. So yeah, it's great. So I have one question to you. Probably you have, after that you have written a book on that deeper city, which I certainly like to read. That book, I'd be my pleasure. It would be my pleasure. So I have one question. The question is, considering the very fragmented polity and the kind of so many conflicting interests, anything what we are doing in present situation is either way, either it is very much top down or centrally driven by different kind of authorities all across the globe, what we are finding, or a complete laissez-faire because of like considering the case of India, where we have a state, the urbanization is a state subject, and even the states, the different level of capacities, the cities do not have their any financial or institutional capacity. So I was just wondering, I'm not sure how you look at it in your this whole scheme of things, that certain things are important, that unless the top level at the central level some decision is taken about the devolution of power and authority and strengthening, it's hardly the grassroots level or whatever their urge is, that is not possible to be multiplied or replicated, and that's happening. We have many good pilots in many cases, as you have seen in Bhubaneswar and in many other places. We have very good pilots, but those pilots are not being able to upscale. And on the other hand, we also have a need for scale and speed, considering the problem of urban in a developing countries or a global south. So I'm not sure whether you have any direct answer to this, or how we can approach your model, how we can customize your model in such kind of situation where a lot of things depends on the higher upper authority in terms of devolution of power or legal approvals and other things.
Well, I knew you would ask a tricky question. So no surprise there. Thank you.
No, because I asked you because you were for a long time you were working on Indian. I saw you worked on Chennai and also with Chennai IIT, and so probably you may have something, because I'm also trying to find this. I also thought about your approach for a long time, that how it can be best implemented even at a slightly neighborhood or a small city scale. Probably I found it that it would be easier to apply this at a smaller cities where number of stakeholders are less, and create a kind of confidence, and then probably we can scale it up, or what, how you what do you think about it?
Well, I could give you another presentation another time on multi-level governance. I suppose I could just put up one picture maybe, which is to say, okay, sorry, life is rather complex. A city is not a simple thing. You know, here is a dot on the map and we just draw the line around that and solve our problem. Cities are increasingly interconnected, and not only to the local region, but to global cities and the global economy, and so on and so on. There is no simple answer, but I think what can be discussed is a way of working which puts the collaboration at the center of the picture, not as some afterthought. Where, oh, here are these big corporates. The decisions are made in New York or Tokyo or Shanghai or something. And then they, bring down their local team and they, do this, do that, but they have not got time to talk to the local people. We have to change that somehow. Similar with national government. Well, India is complex. Talking for the UK for a minute, so we have a very centralized city state. You know, London controls more or less everything. And we keep saying, oh, if only Manchester could, you know, control more of its taxes and its budget and its laws and so on and so on. And actually Manchester is, you know, maybe the most active of any English city. But we have to face the reality, well, this is not likely in the near future for a number of quite powerful reasons. And the first reason is the UK is not a collection of cities. The UK is an urban system in which all these things are very, very interconnected. So then we say, oh, wait a minute, that's fine on paper, but the result is some cities are very rich and getting richer, other cities are very poor and getting poorer. And the UK, you know, it's a very unequal place. So what about the places which are getting poorer? What could they do to go, you know, to reverse that times, that trend? Okay, so then we say, okay, we go to some of the most poor and deprived cities in the UK or Europe, and we have some idea of what we want to do. And I showed you the cartoon of, you know, this process. It's different in every place, in every time, every purpose, but, you know, it is a basic kind of process, working with people to get them to bring out their best ideas for collaboration, for synergy, for, you know, co-producing whatever can be co-produced. Now, then sooner or later, usually sooner, they get to structural problems. And, well, power and money, maybe money and power are the first structural problems you have to talk about. There are others like, you know, water, you know, resources and so on, but, you know, power and money. So then we say there's an agenda, which is to say to the people in far off places who are using power and money, to say to them somehow or other, oh, actually, your use of power and money is very inefficient. It does you not so much good. It wastes all the resources which are here. Let's talk about a way of collaboration in which there is local recirculation, local dialogue, local synergy to start to create local versions of power and money. And then sooner or later, usually sooner, we have to say to the people at higher levels, come and join our conversation. It would be good for you. Now, that's a kind of very simple, you know, answer. You can see it in some ways, you know, the CSR in India, actually, you know, very impressive that India set up the CSR policy some years ago now. I wish our country was so advanced. But, you know, CSR is one way. It's very not perfect, very problematic in many ways. It's one way in which corporates can start the process of engaging with their customers, their workers, the community where they work, and so on and so on. Well, I showed you the example of the planning room, you know, people around the table. And one model of planning is to maximize profits in the short term. Another model of planning is to maximize social value in the longer term. So there is a discussion to be had with real estate and real estate finance. What is actually the greatest value in the longer term? And well, actually, we're in touch with the real estate community in India through the climate change work, and some very interesting things coming up there. And let's say the global finance is pushing in the right direction. It could maybe push harder and faster, but to say, oh yes, ethical funds, so impact investment, so-called, they're also, you have to talk to your communities, you have to talk to your workers, and so on and so on. So, you know, there are positive signals, even if the landscape is very challenging. Right, sorry, it was not a short answer, but you did.
Yeah, yes, fine, thank you.
Yeah. Professor Kumar asks, what can be learned from east to west while new practice emerges in the smart city? Would you like to say your question, Professor Kumar, if he's there?
Yes. I'm only saying that since there is a lot of change happened in the smart city approach, when we started this movement way back, say a decade ago in the West, there was an approach more, it was technology driven. As we move to developing countries, we have added many other components to smart city. Basically, our cities are not having any basic infrastructure first. So our approach is that how do we implement the smart city in context of infrastructure first rather than the technology. Smart technology is the second priority. That is one. Second is that we have taken our learning that our problem is very complex and densities and population is very vast. Cities in the West are least populated and they have an advantage of starting it very early. They might have started in 80s and we have started say way back in early 2000. So our starting point is different and West starting point is different. In meantime, technology has changed. West might be still craving for and going with the older technologies than what we have. Like what we have, more of our application based on Android or IoT, whereas West might be still lingering or taking forward the technology which was developed, say, a decade ago. Whether West is again adopting a newer technologies, might be I'm saying, is there any something that we have learned from East to West in terms of technology adoption, in terms of change in technologies. So smartness in West might be second revolution or a second stage where we are reinventing the technologies. And East might be advantageous because we have straight away adopted the IoT, which is recent phenomenon. I'm saying, how is the progress in the West? Though still we have to go 5G, how is the technology adoption or change, like what Madam Sharma has pointed out, that technology gets obsolete every 15 years. So that's the question, what is in this context?
Okay. Well, again, long story. Not easy to simplify, but maybe if I can just return, since you raised the question, if I can return to this slide here for 1 minute. So this is, in a way, a story of East to West. Now, in this day and age, you have to be really careful. You know, in the 10 years ago or 20 years ago, you could assume, oh, okay, so the West is, quotes, developed, the East is, quotes, developing. Now it's much more interesting and complex, in my view. And I look to India, China, Indonesia, etc., as, oh, this is where, this is now the center of the world, clearly. And let's look at some of what is happening in the, quotes, West, you know, from that new point of view. And as you can see, well, this tries to generalize about early industrial, low income, late industrial, middle income, post-industrial, where we are now doing retrofit of physical cities, retrofit of economic systems, but everything gets really mixed up and crazy. We're not sure what is going or coming. And then if we have some model in mind to say, oh, post-industrial, new high-income places where everybody has good livelihood and quality of life, etc. Now, you can look to some countries and find some signs of this kind of thing. I was working in Finland for a couple of years. Finland is maybe, you know, near the top of that list. If you ask me about Manchester in the UK, I say, well, actually, we still have some of our early industrial systems, we still have many low-income people by, you know, our standards, but it's all mixed up with post-industrial and so on and so on, which is why it's hard to give a simple answer to your question, actually. But we can then say also about the infrastructure and the technology, which I think is the other part of your question. So the boxes on the top, well, we have to talk about different levels of technology and infrastructure. And what does the smart thing mean for those different levels? So we can take digitally enhanced physical infrastructure. So, you know, here's our road, here's our bus system. Let's, you know, make it smarter. Or we can redesign a completely new road and bus system with, you know, completely integrated from the word go. But we also have to talk about what is the economic system around that. If people are, you know, working in traditional jobs, that they can catch a smart bus to get to work and back, well, that's fine. But, you know, sooner or later things will change. And in my view, we also have to then talk about this autonomous landscape. And this is, in my view, what is missing from much of the smart city debate. Not all, but much, which is to say, well, actually, the fact that we all have, you know, these incredible things, smartphones, is not really remarked very much, you know, in the smart city debate, you know, as such. But it seems to be crucial. And what do people do with their smartphones? And now, you know, just in 10 years, people have learned to live their entire life, you know, on their device. To me, this is very significant because then you can go back to the infrastructure and say, okay, even with an old, inefficient road system full of jams and so on, you could use your device to make it more efficient. However, you might wish to redesign a whole new city, as many people now are trying to do, and not only, you know, with your device to get around the traffic jams, but with new devices, you know, implanted in your ear or your smart glasses or you know, whatever, or your autonomous vehicles, to rethink, you know, what is a transport infrastructure. So, long story, does that answer in a small way your big question?
I think I got it. See, it is a question which we need to probe it in future. Maybe it cannot be answered instantly. We can probe it in future and try to understand technologies, advantages and disadvantages over a period of time. So time will definitely test our current approach. Today it might look very good, but since our dependencies on technologies, it will get absolute out of sync after some time. And technology dependence will also make us dependent upon corporations, which might fleece the organization in future. Like if we are people-driven city and if city management is public organization, maybe we can have some technologies which can be really smart in order to increase the productivity, in order to increase the revenue, or in order to increase this. People may adopt technologies and they can go, but public systems adopting a technology has to be very careful on a strong footing and has to be self-driven, because they must be careful that organization and corporations, local bodies should not be run by the technology giants. Tomorrow, if Cisco or IBM will run your organizations, the hands of people or the representative or the mayors or the commissioners or whole administration may somewhat become a very rudimentary process. We might lose the local governance to machine because it will just require a very intelligent system to figure out the decisions. Human hand in this approach might be very limited. So
how do we set up a new organization system? We need to bring up a whole management system which are tuned to technologies. Like you had technologies penetration in corporations, like large corporates had SAP and many other cloud-based computing, but they are now coming back to the human interference in the running of the organization, because it is ultimately humans who can take decisions which are for the welfare and wisdom of society, rather than profit driven, rather than it's driven by decision which is very rational. But rationality does not run the society. Somewhat we need to have uh, a touch which is like somebody said, what about society's large paradigm? We have people who do not have illiteracy, that digital literacy, people who do not have this. To run this, we will still require a human intelligence to come in and take decisions, not totally depending upon humans. Because decision which is related to, say, pedestrian, or decisions which are related to cyclists has to be taken by humans to a large extent, because signal system may not be able to detect them. So a smart traffic management may not be able to detect the pedestrian because humans are not carrying the chips. Today you are managing with mobile technologies, you might be monitoring the mobile systems and getting your traffic in Google this thing, but you are not getting actual people on the road because you are missing the pedestrian. In our countries, like we have 40% traffic which is from pedestrian and non-motorized traffic. We are missing them on our speed traffic, intelligent smart traffic systems. And with the privacy laws and everything we coming up in place, we might lose the power to monitor people in future. So in that sense, we might scale down the technology to some areas. Some areas we might improve, like infrastructure management. We might improve the technology because that calls for efficiency. Anyway.
Yeah. Well, I agree completely. And just to comment, so somebody said we're designing the technologies of the 21st century, but we still have the political system from the 19th century.
Yeah.
And it's actually so about time, you know, it was catching up because otherwise it will be, you know, just overtaken by the technology systems. However, then, and the reason I put this little picture up, this is from IBI Consulting, who you might know. So the point is to say, oh, if you build your infrastructure with a fixed model of what a city is, and in the fixed textbook model, here's your CBD right in the middle, and you know every day 1 million people have to get from the suburbs into the middle, and it's very crowded. But you build the infrastructure if you have enough concrete and steel, and so on. And then, well, the pandemic has caused a big rethink, certainly in this part of the world. And people say, oh, actually, I don't think we need these offices in the CBD anymore, thank you. Let's set up, you know, a campus over here, or have distributed working, or have a neighborhood hub for our, you know, home workers, and so on and so on. In other words, one little pandemic has changed possibly an entire generation of thinking about what is a city and how we need the infrastructure to service it. So, so at this point you say, okay, the smart approach, taking this fixed idea of CBDs in the middle and making it more and more smart, more and more, you know, efficient. A wise approach might say, oh, maybe this is going to change very fast. How can we then help people in this new kind of situation, which is then not only a technology thing, it's a human thing, because actually what then, and this is from our part of the world here, our experience so far is, oh, people like to work in their local neighborhood, but they go a bit crazy. Some, you know, they don't have enough space in the house. Where can they go? They work in a coffee shop or something? Well, that's not great. So a whole new ecosystem of human relationships and collaborations needs to set up very fast. And again, well, we can leave all this just to happen by itself, or we can try to, you know, think it forward. So this is our experience so far at this minute. Now, more questions in the chat, by the way. If not, I could maybe ask a question back to Professor Suvanik, if I may. Sorry, I'm just cancelling the share so we can see each other.
Yeah.
Any more questions?
No. It's fine.
So thank you, sir, for this elaborate presentation and discussion. And it's such a pleasure to have all the resource persons. And now just I'm going to give the vote of thanks. I would like to convey my gratitude and the thanks from the bottom of my heart on behalf of SAIARD to all the speakers, Mr. Devashish, Dr. Arvind Varshne, Professor Mahaloya Chatterjee, Professor Shashwat Bandyopadhyay, Professor Shobhanik Roy, Professor Sheetal Sharma, Professor Joe Rabbit, and Mr. Hatem Sliman. And above all, I would like to thank all the participants to make this webinar a very successful one and very knowledgeable one. And, I would like to thank Dr. Bishwajit Rai Chaudhary, the chairman of SAIARD, for like thinking of this kind of a webinar and give us as a participant, as a learner of urban geography, this opportunity to hear these all these eminent personalities. And thank you all. At last, I would like to thank you all for being with us for this long time. And it's such a great pleasure to have you all on this platform. So for today, I would like to conclude things here.
Thank you, Supratim. Thank you, Joe, for a nice talk. We enjoyed it. I learned it.
Thanks, everybody.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Hope to be back in Calcutta soon. Sooner or later.
So, do you have a plan?
Well, not yet. No, all plans are not working. But we think, yes. So within a few months, people will be traveling, meeting more,
and
so on.
Please.
So then I just need a project with a fund. If you meet any, billionaire philanthropists, let me know. Actually, well, I'm trying to set up a research institute. Did you know?
Okay, great.
With some West Coast Californian philanthropist. And
that's good. That's excellent. We will be waiting for that.
Well, it's a long way off yet. I mean, but I put in a first idea for $20 million. So get me a nice hotel in Calcutta, I think, but also hopefully, do some more interesting work. And the theme of the Institute is very much the theme of the slides, which is the collective human artificial intelligence. How do we get humans and machines to work together? So I'm sure we'll have more of these dialogues on that.
Yeah, sure.
Okay, sir. So give me permission because we have another meeting at 9.
Oh,
so
sure.
Thank you,
Okay.
thank you for everyone.
Thank you.
Once again, and hope you, through our urban centers, we will again going to start another new initiative with another new program. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Bye for now. See you again.
Bye. See you.
Bye.